So we're going to just do it.
Yep, it is.
And now that we're in the interim, we have Legislative Services Agency. Deb is helping us with the roll call in minutes. So are you ready to call the roll?
Yes. Senator Peterson?
Here.
Senator Zinga?
Here.
Senator Garrett?
Here.
Senator Quay?
Here.
And Senator Schneider?
Here.
The minutes of the April 23rd Senate Government Oversight Committee were distributed electronically. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, will stand approved. We also have a new member who has joined our committee. Welcome to Senator Schneider, who's replacing Senator Brenner. Happy to have you on the committee. Today we're going to be discussing the Iowa Veterans Home. It's one of the largest of the 148 facilities for veterans in the nation, opening doors to Iowa veterans and their spouses in 1887. In 2008, the Iowa legislature overwhelmingly approved a $100 million improvement project for the Iowa Veterans Home. This multi-phase project had been years in the making and had the support of all of Iowa's veterans groups. The goal was to improve the lives of veterans and their families by modernizing the Iowa Veterans Home and moving away from impersonal hospital and nursing home housing to a more community-based approach. This four-phase project was one of a handful approved for significant federal funding. After an extensive competitive application project, the Iowa project was awarded federal matching funds at a 65-35 split. Every dollar invested by Iowa taxpayers would be matched by almost $2 federal dollars. Today, 6 years later, Phase 1 has been completed. However, decisions by the Branstad administration resulted in the loss of millions of dollars in federal funds that had been approved for the rest of the project. Key questions we'll be asking today include, why did the Branstad administration delay and abandon improvemements for Iowa veterans and their families at the Iowa Veterans Home? How did Iowa lose millions of dollars in improved federal matching funding? And does the Branstad administration have a plan to keep the promises made to Iowa veterans, and will it cost Iowa taxpayers more money? Just a little bit of housekeeping for today. Each of our guests will be asked to take an oath, and that will be issued by Legislative Services Agency. As I mentioned earlier, Legislative Services Agency will also be taking the minutes of today's meeting and audio recording. So, Deb, you're doing a lot today, so thank you for that. Each speaker will also have an opportunity to make an opening statement, and we'd ask each of our presenters to make sure that their mic is on, and members of the committee, when you're asking a question, to make sure that your mic is on when you're asking questions so that we can get that into the recording. And with that, we will go to our first presenter.
I'd like to make a couple of, ask a couple of questions, I guess, before we start, just a clarification. Are there any materials that you have that have not been distributed to the committee as a whole?
All materials that I have received have been posted on the legislative website and government oversight. As soon as materials have come in, just as we did during session, those were posted. I will say original emails that were posted, the AG asked for those to be removed because Department of Administrative Services had mistakenly given some emails that they were not supposed to have made public, but I believe that those emails are now posted. The ones that are to be public are all posted. So all materials are available on our committee website, just as we did during the session.
Okay, and my next question is, are there going to be time limits for the speakers and or questions? We have several people here to speak, and the time frame is a little short. I wonder if there are any rules of that sort or not. I didn't know that there were, but...
No, we were going to let the committee members ask questions that they have. I know it's harder for us to get our group together with distances members have to travel. So the one speaker that we need to make sure that we meet with him on time will be Gary Forshees, who's joining us by phone. And so we'll make sure. Otherwise, there are no time.
And are there any time limits on the amount of time the presenters have to make their opening statements?
I don't have any time limits for their opening statement. I think we should let them just make their statement.
Okay, well, I'm just inquiring so I know. Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from committee members before we get started? Okay, seeing none. Our first guest is Mark Higgins. Mark, if you'd join us at the end of the table, appreciate it. Mark is Executive Vice President of Shimmer and Associates, the firm which oversaw the start of the Iowa Veterans Home Project. Thank you for being here, Mark. Do you wish to make an opening statement? Oh goodness, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting my duties already. Deb, please.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I have no opening statement, just to introduce myself, Mark Higgins, architect and Executive Vice President of the Shimmer Associates, architects, engineers, and planners. And as you had noted, designers of the master plan in Phase 1.
Okay, Senator Shinton.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today, Mark. We appreciate your time. Could you please just provide a short background on the RFP process for Phase 1 and the planning grant for? If you were the original architect on the project, correct?
An RFP was issued by the Purchasing Division of DSA for facility assessment and master planning. And that was in August of 2006. And so there was a period of responses by interested firms. I think a shortlisting, there was an interview process, and then we were selected and engaged at the beginning of 2007.
And could you show us like the phases of, say, Phase 1, or tell us about Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, so for the benefit of everyone, so they kind of understand how the project was supposed to occur.
I can. I do have some graphic images I could share with the committee if that would help.
Yes, it would. Thank you. Yeah, please.
This is probably not the best path. Really, the first sheet is probably the most instructive and concise, the fold-out 11 by 17 colored site plan. Behind that is some additional detail in terms of photos of the completed construction of phase 1 and graphic images for renderings of subsequent phases. But to answer your question, and those are color-coded on those site plans. Phase 1 was a total of 180 new bedrooms, private bedrooms with private bath, in 2 buildings. What is now called the Ullery building is 120 beds, and the I forget the name of the second building, but it's 60 bedrooms. And these were organized into households or groups of 15 veterans each. And that's the completed project. Phase 2 on the left-hand side of the site plan is a 60-bed new building. Once again, organized in groups or households or homes, in the terminology of 15 private bedrooms for 15 residents each. Phase 3 was intended to demolish the Loftus building and to replace it with a new entry building, a new front door, so to speak, for the campus. And to remodel the Sheeler building to consolidate administrative functions and to centralize certain therapeutic functions such as physical therapy. Then phase 4 was to convert, and this is on the upper, tends to be on the upper hand right of the site plan, was to convert the existing DAC hall into a domiciliary to serve the residents who, at that time at least, were in Hines Hall, and then to demolish Hines Hall, which is an aged building, and replace it with a third 60-bed building with, once again, in homes or households of 15 veterans each.
So at the end of this, at the end of the project, then how many new beds are envisioned?
That would be 180 and 240, or excuse me, 180 and 160, 300 new beds.
And so the project then was really designed to be a showcase modern facility for Iowa veterans. That was the vision that you had. We were adding a significant number of new beds and modern living conditions, correct?
Yes, the goal was to provide a private bedroom, whether new or existing construction, for each resident over the life of the implementation of the plan.
I heard that some of the conditions were just terrible before. We had 20 people sharing one bathroom and all that bad stuff, and it it was time for a new facility. Okay.
And very specifically, phase one was for the residents of Loftus and Sheeler at that time to move into new quarters. And that was the 180 beds to accommodate those resident veterans.
So you folks then were carried out the supervisory work on phase one, correct? And how did you get the award for phase one, and what was involved in your RFP process? And could you kind of detail a little bit of that for us, please?
The circumstances with the design of phase one was that that project, an application had been submitted to the Federal Veterans Affairs State Grants Home Program, construction program. My understanding was that the state was advised that it was eligible for funding if a 35% submittal could be made within 60 days. It has to do with the funding cycles available of the grants program. So we were engaged with a work authorization to achieve that deadline, which was done and accomplished, and we can continue to complete the design.
Very good. And how long a process is it to go through all of the RFP? I know as a former mayor working with county government federal projects, I know that this is incredibly detailed process. Can you kind of just explain a little bit of that, what you have to go
So
through?
to respond to a request for proposal?
Yeah.
Typically the purchasing division allows several weeks or a month or more to respond. And the response is typically a booklet of a certain heft with a lot of information, because the RFP was probably 40 or 50 pages of detailed requirements.
Correct.
So, and there is a scoring system in terms of weighting of criteria.
And then Iowa, of course, was in line, and this takes many years to do, correct? I mean, this is not a simple 1 year process. This is many years, and we are in competition with the other states for these monies, correct?
That's correct. It's a competitive process. There's a priority ranking system with the grants program, and the overall award cycle is probably about 2 years. There's a very detailed path.
Yes. Now, let's going to take us forward in time now to phase 2, 3, and 4. As we move into that phase of the project, were there any concerns shared with you by anyone about the quality of the project or the design or anything? Did you ever hear anything like that as you were moving forward on phase 2, 3, and 4, or even one with that matter?
No, I mean, we asked periodically how we were doing, and we received consistent positive encouragement.
Excellent. And this was from the federal VA also? Federal folks were happy?
We didn't have direct contact with them.
Okay. But if they wouldn't have been, you'd have certainly heard about it, I assume.
I would assume.
Yeah.
They ranked them sufficiently high for funding on the priority list.
So you as an architect then, you were on board with anyone from Department of Administrative Services or the Veterans Home folks, if they would have expressed a concern to you about perhaps some cost overruns or perhaps some design features that they weren't quite happy with, you could have easily addressed those in this size of a project, correct?
During the design process, yes.
And even as we're moving along in projects, I mean, change orders are not that unusual, correct?
It's seems to be typical, yes.
They can't be huge change orders, but if they're within a dollar amount, they can be done. Or somebody sees something that somebody missed, and that can be corrected by the construction company, right? They work with the architects, and this happens all the time, correct?
The grants program requires a 5% contingency for new construction, 7.5% for remodeling.
Excellent.
To address those issues.
Very good. So at no time during this process, then phase one, just to be clear, were you ever given any indication that anything about this project was wrong or flawed? And we didn't hear anything from the state of Iowa, and we didn't hear anything from the federal government, correct? Of that administration.
No, not during the design project or design phase at all.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you.
Senator Jarrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I have a question on your phase one. I may have missed it, but what was your estimate of the cost, and then what was the final bid for the cost of doing that work?
I don't have the exact numbers in my head. It was in the range of 31 to 32 million, and the low bid was less or within our cost estimate.
So the low bid was what?
It was in the range of, I believe it was about 31.5 million. I don't have an exact figure, but it was within our cost estimate and within the grants program budget.
So your cost estimate was 31 to 32 million, and the winning bid, so to speak, was 31.5 million. Is that right? I mean, roughly. I understand you don't have the exact figure.
It was in that range, Senator. Okay. I don't have the exact numbers. Just that the low bid was less than the cost estimate.
Okay. And what was the original estimate of the time frame for phase one? As to how long it would take to complete the work?
The contractual time frame was 25 months.
Okay. Were there milestones or benchmarks along the way as to what was to be?
Can I interject? I think if you take your mic
I'm
off,
sorry.
the feedback will disappear.
Oh.
You're not talking.
Okay, thank you. Under your plan, were there benchmarks along the way as to what was supposed to be accomplished by such and such a time and so on?
Senator, the construction documents did not dictate the time frame. The time frame was set by the contractor as part of their bid, and the contract they executed with the state. So there were milestones established by the contractor's schedule.
Okay, and can you tell us roughly what those were?
Overall, it was, I believe, a 25-month process from commencement of construction to substantial completion.
Well, I understand that, but were there benchmarks along the way? They were supposed to have this part done within so many months and so on.
As I recall, the expectation was that one building was finished before the other, and that was probably in the contract documents, but I don't remember the exact details. That the expectation was one of the two buildings was supposed to be completed earlier than the second.
All right. And was the time frame then met by the people doing the construction work? Did they meet your benchmarks and goals along the way?
No. The construction took about another another 5 or 6 months longer.
The overall project took 5 or 6 months longer than what the contract called for.
I believe the contract was at some point amended to extend the time frame.
By 5 or 6 months.
I don't have the exact numbers.
Well, to the best of your recollection.
Close to that.
Okay. And did that result in an increase then in the cost of the project to the state?
No, those were an amendment of time, not the cost.
Okay, so the cost stayed the same, but they were given more time to complete the project.
Yes.
Now, were there change orders along the way then?
Yes, there were dollar change orders.
All right, can you tell us roughly what they came to?
About 7.5%, I think, of the total contract. I don't have the exact figures available with me today.
Well, the total project was 31.5 million, you said. So there were change orders along the way of 7.5% of 31.5 million, roughly, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So that would be another couple million, maybe?
Correct.
All right. Now, what about phase 2 then? Did you also have a plan for phase 2?
A construction time plan, or?
Well, you were making up the plans for the project, as I understood it, is that right?
The master plan had an overall schedule for completion.
Well, you testified that your map here, you had phase 1 was this, phase 2 was this, and so on. And so you prepared a plan for phase 2?
We prepared complete construction documents to construct phase 2. That's correct.
And what was the cost, the projected cost of phase 2?
About 16.5 million.
And what was the time frame that it was supposed to be completed in?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was probably about 20 months.
20 months. And what about phase 3? Can you give me the same figures there, the total cost and the time frame?
I believe, let's see, I think it was about 14.5 million or so for phase 3.
And how long will they have to complete that?
That I don't recall without looking it up. It was there was demolition involved and multi-phases within a existing building, so I'm sure it was at least 2 years, probably longer.
All right. And what about phase 4?
The total budget for phase 4 was over $20 million, slightly over $20 million.
And what was the time frame for phase 4?
Somewhat over 2 years.
Now, were these phases to be done consecutively? In other words, phase 1 would be done, then phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, or were they to be done concurrently?
The master plan anticipated phases 2 and 3 overlapping with concurrent coordinated work.
And what about phase 4?
Phase 4 was anticipated to begin after the completion of phases 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Now, what happened then? You said phase 1 was completed, and you've given us the time frame. It took an extra 6 months and another couple $1 million. What about phase 2 then? What happened there?
Phase 2 was bid, but the construction contract was not awarded.
And why was that?
I don't know.
Okay. And in phase 3?
Phase 3 likewise was bid, and the construction contract was not awarded.
And phase 4?
Phase 4, we performed some preliminary design for about a 3-month period, and then the project was suspended. It was suspended.
Suspended. Now, on phase 2 and 3, as I recall, you gave me figures on what your projections were, right?
Construction cost, yes.
Now, how did the bids that you received compare to your estimates?
Phase 2 was slightly more than 10% greater than our estimate. Phase 3 was less than our estimate, the low bids.
All right. Now, all of these projects would have received federal matching funds, is that correct?
They were ranked on, they were eligible and ranked high enough on the priority list for funding, to the best of my knowledge, at least the first 3 phases.
But not phase 4?
I don't remember about phase 4.
Okay.
It was on the priority list. I just don't remember if it was at a point. It wasn't far enough along the process to say for sure.
Okay. And they would have all been the roughly 2-to-1 ratios, is that correct? That you talked about?
The program is, yes, 65% federal funds, 35% state matching funds.
Right. And you've testified you don't know what happened as far as why the bids were actually let out on these phase 2, 3, and 4, is that correct?
The bids were let out, but the contracts were not awarded.
Yes.
I do not know.
Don't know why?
I do not know why.
All right. And do you know what happened down the road in regard to these projects?
Our contract was terminated, and no, I do not know what happened subsequently.
All right. And why was your contract terminated?
For the convenience of the state.
Pardon?
For the convenience of the state.
Well, what were the reasons?
I do not know.
You weren't given any reason, they just said, well, you're terminated. No reasons at all?
It indicated that there was I don't know the exact terminology, but a change in direction.
And what was the change in direction?
It was never explained to us.
All right. So all you know about why you were terminated is there was a change in direction. That's all you know about it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator McCoy.
Thanks for being with us today. I have a couple of questions just as a follow-up. I want to understand clearly what you were telling us today and what basically I'm to understand, and I'm just going to go along and speak the narrative that you just testified to, and if I'm out of order, correct me. You completed an RFP process, took somewhere between 3 and 4 weeks. It was a 40-page document. You were selected as the architect of record for phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was your understanding that the state of Iowa had queued up this project at the Iowa Veterans Home to complete phases 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the project. And you were to do the design work for that project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you completed the design work, and phase 1 was built out, and you did not have negative feedback from the state during the design phase of the project, nor did they want to have you sit down and rework any of the first phase design with them because of concerns during the design phase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then ultimately, you completed phase 1 of the project with the change orders that the state requested, and you were wrapping up completed work on phase 2, 3, and began preliminary work on phase 4. And prior to completing that work, you were asked at that point to submit what you had, and that the state decided to go in a different direction, correct?
Yes, after bids were received.
After bids were received for phase 2, 3, and was 4 bid out?
No, 4 was there, just a very preliminary design.
Okay. So ultimately, you get the call. It's the state of Iowa. Who called to notify you that the state was going in a different direction?
I believe it was Doug Woodley.
Okay.
The official termination letter was from Director Carroll.
Okay. Okay. So essentially, you were then relieved of your responsibilities. Let me ask you this. When we talked about some of the overruns with cost estimates in the design of the project, were those estimates where they came in an additional 5 months longer? We amended it, and there were some change orders representing roughly 7%. Were those created by you or through your negligence in any way?
No, I'm confident that we performed within the standard of care for design professionals.
Okay.
In terms of the change order performance.
Okay. So when a change order occurs, sometimes a change order occurs because the client decides to go in a different direction and wants something different, and it's just done as a cost to the client, and that's part of the process.
Sometimes it's just change, sometimes it's an enhancement. It's additional for the betterment of the project.
Sure.
And that was a fair influence.
Okay. And then I guess my final questions are related to your payment. You were selected as the architect of record on the project. You were paid for your fees to do this design and master plan work. Roughly, what were you paid by the state?
In total, probably approaching $5 million.
Okay. And so when you buttoned up the project, you turned over all of your working drawings to the state, and we had those drawings, and we paid you for your services through for the contract.
Correct.
And there was no litigation resulting in anything as a result of fees or unpaid balances or any issues related to your billings.
There was no litigation.
Okay. So at the time we wrapped with you, we had all of your working drawings so that we could move forward with phases 2 and 3, and we had preliminary work on 4.
Yes. All the electronic documents were shared with the state as the projects progressed.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for being with us today.
I'm going to follow up to Senator McCoy's question about your payment from the state. The $5 million that you received from the state, could you give us a rough breakdown of what was designed and what was maybe implementation? Were all of these design costs in the $5 million?
There was approximately 400 to maybe 450,000 for master planning, facility assessment, and program statements. The phase 1 design was probably about 2.8 million for design and construction phase services. And I believe the design of phases 2 and 3 collectively was something less than 2 million.
And then what, phase 4, you had started design?
I think phase 4, I think we billed about $30,000.
Okay. And is it my understanding that design work must be paid for by the state? There's not a 65-35 split on the design for projects?
No, design is included within the overall, well, let me back up. There is a limitation on design fees within the federal program. But it is included within the overall budget and part of the split, 65-35.
Do you know what the limitation for design is?
8%.
8%. Senator Schneider.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Higgins, for coming. I just have a few follow-up questions from questions that were asked earlier. Just for sake of clarification, regarding phase 1, the estimated cost for phase 1, I believe you said was 35 to 36 million.
I just need to make sure that I distinguish between construction cost and overall budget. So I've been responding with construction cost numbers, not overall budget numbers. There's furnishings and many other things. Phase 1, my recollection was $31.5 million. I don't have the documents in front of me to be exactly sure, but it was in that range.
And what was the actual final cost of construction, including all the change orders?
Approximately 7.5% greater, so approximately $2 million greater.
And what was the process for getting change orders approved? Were they approved by a particular individual within state government or by a committee?
The typical process is that a proposal request is provided to the contractor. The contractor responds with a proposal. Typically, the architect engineer reviews that, as well as the Department of Administrative Services. I believe final approval required sign off by both the Veterans Home and the Department of Administrative Services.
And do you know which particular personnel within the Veterans Home and the Department of Administrative Services reviewed the change orders and signed off on them?
Well, I believe the commandant would, for the Veterans Home, would, and I think it was several people within DAS. I can't honestly say.
Who from DAS would communicate with you that the change order had been approved or not?
Our main contact for most of phase one was Gary Forshee.
As far as the RFP process goes, do you recall how many other design architect firms bid for the overall project in addition to yourselves?
Well, there were two RFPs, one for the master planning facility assessment. I don't know the exact number there. I think it was in excess of 8 to firms, maybe 10. Phases 2, 3, and 4, an RFP was issued separately later on, and there were 12 firms that responded to that request for proposal.
And for the project RFP, you mentioned that the responses are scored. Who does the scoring of those bids? Who within, I imagine it's the Department of Administrative Services, was there a particular person who scored the bids, or was it a committee of people?
I don't know that. There's criteria and scoring, and it was administered through the purchasing division. And there were interviews that involved Iowa Veterans Home, a fair number of Iowa Veterans Home personnel, as well as other state agency personnel.
Do you recall if your firm was the lowest bidder for the project?
Well, bid is probably not the terminology. Cost was a component of the response to the request for proposal, but not the only factor. And basically qualifications based, primarily qualifications based.
Okay. Can you help me understand how the cost plays into it then?
Well, in both RFPs, there was a form to fill out, a fairly lengthy form, in terms of which professional fee estimates were provided. And that had a certain percentage influence on the scoring process.
Now, going back to phase 2, you mentioned that the bids for phase 2 were in excess of 10% of the estimated cost, 10% above.
That's correct.
And from my own experience serving on different boards, the design architect, usually when bids come in higher, they'll provide a list of reasons as to why, because they visit with the people who provided the bids and asked them what drove the costs higher. Did you get any kind of feedback like that?
We did contact 2 firms. We received inconsistent opinions. The primary, it appeared from what we heard from, and this was just 2 firms, that a shortage of subcontractor bids.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
A lack of competition from subcontractors influenced the pricing.
But why did they say there was a lack of competition?
Potentially, well, 2 factors. There were other large projects being bid at the same time, and perhaps the project labor agreement provisions.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Do you have follow-ups?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have a brief point. I want to make sure I'm clear on. I heard you say something that I think merits a little follow-up. You said that with these projects, the construction cost is only part of the total cost. Is that right? Did I hear you say that?
That is correct.
Okay, so maybe I asked you the wrong question then. So what would the total cost of phase 1 be? there would be a cost in addition to the 31.5 million?
Yes, it was approximately $40 million. That includes furnishings, equipment, fees, surveys, geotechnical reports, a whole laundry list of those kind of items that are necessary to complete a construction project.
Okay, so you'd have
Contingencies.
31.5 million construction cost. Now, are you talking about your initial estimate, or are you talking about the final result when you say 40 million?
In the original questioning, I was responding to construction cost only, not
Yes.
overall budget.
Yes, I asked you the wrong question, I'm sorry. But I'm trying to make sure we get the complete picture now. So is the 40 million, was that your estimate in your planning, or was that the final cost of the project, of the total project, including construction, all these other items you just mentioned?
Total project development cost was tracked very closely as required by the grants program. There's a 14-line standard form 424 that is updated regularly. It has limitations in terms of percentages of overall budget in a number of those categories. And so the state and the federal grants program were very cognizant, and actually the state was responsible for maintaining that project development budget. We provided assistance.
Well, I don't think you answered my question. So is the 40 million the total cost of phase one, or was that your initial estimate, or maybe both? What is the 40 million?
The 40 million is the overall project budget, including construction and furniture and furnishings and equipment and so forth. And so we participated in helping populate that budget, but we were not responsible for the overall maintenance and tracking of that budget.
All right. That was the initial estimate then of what the total cost of the project might be? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, what was the actual cost when everything was done? What did it come to?
I don't precisely know, but the grants need to be performed within a certain limit, and so I presume that was done.
Well, we know that you had a couple million extra for the change orders. Now, would that be on top of the 40 million?
No, it's within the contingency that is established in the grants program and by the state.
So the 40 million included the 31.5 million construction cost estimate that you gave us, plus the 2 million overruns, plus some other expenses.
That's correct.
So the total cost to the state of the project, phase one, was 40 million.
Well, 35% of whatever the final number,
Yes,
approximately
yes.
40 million.
Yes, the state share, but the total cost of the project then would be the 40 million. Okay. Now, what about phase 2 and 3 then? Similarly, again, I asked you the wrong question. So what was the total for those phases?
These are approximate numbers, not because the numbers were adjusted regularly to a certain extent. The total budget for phase 2 was just in excess of 20 million. Phase 3, about 18.6 million. And phase 4, about 25 million.
Okay. And of course, they were not actually done, so those were your estimates, your proposals, Your estimates, I guess.
Those included our construction cost estimates.
Yes. You're the total, okay. All right. But do you regularly include a figure for change orders in your proposal? I'm a little unclear because of the way you answered the question on phase one.
It's required by the grants program, and it's standard practice in the industry.
Okay, so your estimate included what then for change orders in phase one?
Our estimate did not, the provision for change orders was included in the project budget contingency, not in the construction cost estimate.
And how much was that contingency for change orders? Well,
I don't have an exact number.
but there would have been a figure in there. You were anticipating change orders of some amount.
And that was the purpose of the contingency, yes.
Okay, now do you know if your projected change orders were more or less than the actual change orders, the $2 million you told us about a while ago?
I can't answer that question, I don't know.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, just for the sake of the committee, we have a witness that needs to be on the phone. We'll run it about 15 minutes behind. We have a couple of questions. Senator Schneider.
So, just to follow up with the contingency issue, you mentioned there's a 5% contingency built into the project. Is that for purposes of getting the federal grant, that 5%, or where does that 5% number come from?
It's a requirement of the grants program to include that in the overall project budget, which is submitted to the grants program for their approval.
And phase one, the change orders for phase one were 7.5% of the projected construction costs, which obviously exceeded that 5%, the 5% contingency. So, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, if the whole project ended up being, let's say, greater than 5% than what was projected more than, so in other words, the entire project itself exceeded the contingency, does that mean we're not eligible for federal dollars under that grant program?
No, not necessarily. As I mentioned at the beginning, the initial bid was less than the construction budget, so that would mitigate any overrun on the change order. So it's the total project budget that is most germane.
Okay. And the actual budget then for phase one, can you remind me what that was?
It was in the neighborhood of 40 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for coming in. Our next two speakers, we're going to have one on the phone and one at the table with us. Doug, have you made the phone call to Gary Forshee as of yet? Okay. Gary Forshee and Greg Riley, right with you at the table. Okay. Well, for the information of the committee, Greg Wright is with us today. He is formerly with Iowa Veterans Home as a public service executive. We also have on the phone Gary Forshee, who is former DAS construction and design engineer that was working on Iowa Veterans Home. Gary has appointment we're trying to work around, so if you have questions for Gary, I would make those more of a priority, and Greg will help you communicate with the committee so that we can work our way through the questions, and we'll give our both an opportunity for opening statements.
do a roll call for the change. Roll, let's say we have you on speakerphone. I need to read you the oath. So could you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to have another speaker, so I will get down there.
Gary, she's going to issue the oath to Greg Wright as well, so we'll just hang tight for a minute.
Okay, Janet, could you call me back on a landline that I have available here that I think will work a little better?
Yes.
I'm on my cell phone right now.
Do you, okay, so everyone in the room can hear this landline number. Are you okay with that?
That's what I'm trying.
Okay, give us the number.
Okay, area code 641 843 3501.
All right. That, you get the honors?
That's the number I just tried.
Oh, that's the number she just called. Or she just
No,
tried to call it and it didn't go through. Can we keep you on this line for a while?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this for a while if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, Gary, I'm sorry that you're on the phone and you cannot see the committee that's here. So I'm going to try and just verbally walk you through. We're giving all who are here to speak the opportunity, not mandatory, but if you want a chance to make opening comments. And then after that, then we'll open it up to questions from committee members. So I'm going to give Greg Wright the opportunity to make opening comments first, and after his, then we'll ask if you have any opening comments you'd like to make before we move on to questions from committee members. All right? Greg?
Okay.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Greg Wright. I started state employment in 1983, CPA in the state auditor's office, where I was employed for approximately 12 years. I was the Iowa Veteran Small and Business Manager, PSC 4, from December 1998 until July 2012. I was responsible for all financial operations for a state agency that's annual budget exceeded $80 million. In addition to numerous administrative responsibilities, I was the facility's principal contact for all state and federally funded construction projects. During my tenure at the Iowa Veterans Home, while business manager, working for 7 different combinats, I always received very favorable evaluations. I'm not certain what you may ask of me today, but I'm prepared to the best of my ability to answer all your questions. As a past member of the Iowa Veterans Home Senior Management Team, I'd like to say publicly that both career, active, and retired state employees tried repeatedly to get the Governor's Office's attention regarding concerns such as what I believe will be discussed today. At every turn, it seemed that the Governor's Office did not want to hear about anything going awry at the Iowa Veterans Home. It has been very disheartening to hear repeatedly from the Branstad administration in the public domain that no credible person has stepped forward. That is not an accurate statement. Career state employees, active and inactive, have tried under threat of dismissal, reclassification, pay reduction, and professional isolation to communicate up the chain of command. When I initially tried, I spoke with a DAS representative in employee services and was told I needed to call a 1-800 number and leave a message. In addition, the DAS employee told me that the commandant would probably be told. I asked repeatedly what protection would I have. I was told there was none. How would you feel as a 29-year career state employee that you might probably be putting your ICRIS retirement at risk coming forward? If there's no other thing that comes from this matter, I would hope that a safe venue be created for career state employees to come forward when they are in a similar situation. I was merit covered and thought I had protection. Sadly, I found little help from DAS. At-will status gives no protection and I think dictates a disservice to state taxpayers. My old position has now been reclassified as at-will. Who would come forward in an environment such as this to talk about questionable actions? In addition, in the current organizational structure, the DAS director is ultimately responsible for both construction and personnel matters. I hope these concerns I've identified are addressed by the Iowa legislature. I'm now ready for your questions.
Gary, do you have an opening statement that you'd like to make before we move on to questions?
Yes, I'd like to do just a little bit of brief information here, but I'll try to be fast. Chairperson Peterson and members of the Oversight Committee, good morning. My name is Gary Forshee. I was a senior construction design engineer and one of the 8 project managers for DAS AE services prior to the September 2011 reorganization and layoff. I've been a project manager on IBH projects for the previous several years for numerous projects. Just a bit of my background in worked in an architectural and engineering capacity for about 2 years. About half of those years being in the private sector, architectural engineering private offices, the other half in the public sector. I'm from Iowa, but I lived in Denver, Colorado for a few years. During that time, I worked federally as a design and construction as a GS-11 and GS-12 architect for the Bureau of Land Management and Federal Administration for 5 years. DSA Design and Construction Office had about 40 employees, and we oversaw buildings of various federal government agencies in 6 that included federal law enforcement. After returning to Iowa, I took a job with the State Fire Marshal's Office. I did plan reviews and I did consultation to architects, nursing home administrators, advising local building officials on code interpretations, etc. I worked there about 3.5 years as a facilities engineer before taking a facilities engineer position as project manager for the old Department of General Service, more recently DAS. I later became a senior construction design engineer. I've been with DAS for about 15 years before the reorganization. Was the second most senior project manager working with DAS. As I mentioned, I've been the DAS project manager for most of IBH's large capital projects with federal funding for the prior 6 or 8 years. This included right up through near completion of construction of their phase 1 project. When I was terminated, it was somewhere between 4 to 6 months short of being complete. So, phases 2 and 3 were also 100% design, but none of that construction. Phase 4 was just beginning design before the AE contracts were terminated by DAS. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have at this time concerning the IBH project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Questions from committee members? Anna? Senator McCoy?
Thank you. I'd like to begin with Gary, because I understand you're under time constraint. Gary, as project manager for the Iowa Veterans Home, I wanted to ask you about specifics related to Phase 1. Basically, when Phase 1 was undertaken, were you part of the selection criteria or part of the team that selected Shimmer and Associates for their work for architectural work?
Yes, I was.
And can you just briefly describe what that process was?
I was trying to think about that this morning, and that goes back quite a way. Greg may have some knowledge of this too, but I'm thinking that was a project that we didn't actually go through the full RFP process like we normally do. And the reason being, I think it was one of those deals again where it was subject to a very tight time schedule that was dictated by the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs. And I'm thinking, and Greg, you can help me out here, that might have been the project that I'm remembering where, in order to expedite a design contract, we went actually to the legislature. And when the legislature was about to get out of session, I believe, and we went to the legislature and got a bill written that gave our department and ID authorization to move forward with the contract with Shimmer Associates for the Phase 1 project.
Okay, well, the architect of record indicated that they submitted the 40-page plan document. I assume that there were other competitors. It was a competitively bid contract. Is that fair to state?
I honestly don't remember, to tell you the truth, that that's been long enough to where I lost memory of it. But
Okay.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe that was not the case. Maybe there were not other firms that were interviewed for it because of the time element.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of the selection of the vendors, we're going to need more detail on that, and that's something we can circle back to. Let me move on. At this point, you've selected an architect, no matter how you selected the architect, whether it was through the will of the legislature and the recommendation of DAS, or however it occurred. After that point, were all federal and state rules and regulations followed during the process from the design and construction process standpoint?
Yeah, to my knowledge.
And basically, your job as the project manager was to see that the projects came in bid on time. We had the architect testify that there had been some change orders on Phase 1 of the project. Were you aware of those change orders?
Yes, I was.
And how did those change orders come about?
Well, they came about for various reasons. The most common ones tend to often be conditions during construction that you encounter that were unforeseen. And by that I mean it is the kind of thing that isn't reasonable that somebody could have anticipated. A lot of times those are things that are below the surface of the ground. And we had our share of those with the site utilities and so on that weren't the way we thought they were when that is. Then we had soil conditions in certain specific areas that were bad. So there were a lot of things that dealt with unforeseen conditions. There were also other reasons, such as you might think of them as errors and omissions on the part of the designers, the architects, or their engineers, where they simply didn't fully describe how something was to be put together, built or whatever, and then it had to be worked out during construction, and the contractors saying, you know, well, we didn't anticipate having to do it that way. So there were things involving the architect and engineer. Also, there was some issues, as there often is, dealing with the state building code and fire marshal's office, where plan review doesn't always pick up everything, and when the inspections take place by their representatives, they come out and they find things that have to be done when we get into the nitty-gritty of the construction. So there were some of those things.
So the architect testified today that all of the contingencies and changes within the change orders were within the contingencies laid out in the grants process for the federal government.
Well, I believe, and Greg can answer this better than I probably, but I believe that what we were experiencing as we got near the end of the project, that the total value of the change orders and the proposed changes yet to be approved were probably exceeding the original construction contingency amount.
Okay.
So I think it's good to see.
You think it exceeded?
Right.
Okay.
There was one additional item that was the cause of some of these changes, and that had to do with, I call them elective changes or discretionary changes, where during the course of construction, the owner, in this case, Veterans Home, elected to make some changes, whether it was to add something to the project or change something that was maybe more costly item. So those sort of things typically contribute to changes, and we had our share of them on the project for sure.
So enhancement changes are a little different than design flaws.
Yeah, in that sense, the owner has more control over it.
Yeah. So at what point was a decision made to not continue on with phase 2, and how were you notified of that?
With phase 2, okay, well, phase 2 was, design was completed and was actually bid on January 6th of 2011. It came in considerably over budget, to the point, as I remember, that it was probably excessive to even consider value engineering with a low bidder to try to get more money out of the project. And so the decision was made jointly by GAP and by our Veterans Home not to proceed with that project. So the GAP purchasing office issues there noted a rejection of all bids to consider. And then the process became one where the AP, Schemmer, redesigned the project, to cut costs out and with a redesign of it to where we could go back out for bid with the project and hopefully we'll come to the in our budget.
And what happened in that process? Did they complete their work on redesign and re-engineering?
On phase 2, they did complete their design, and they carried it to the point to where the way the business to issue it for bid pretty much. And before that happened, Schemmer was told to extend their services on the project, and ultimately the contract was terminated by that.
And were you part of that decision to tell them that, or to make that decision?
No, at that point, along the course of things with the new people that we had in the office that were appointed in the hierarchy of things, at that point, I was pretty well taken out of the loop.
What's that mean, taken out of the loop? You're the project manager for project.
Yeah, but I was no longer being informed of what the wishes were of the management of the department.
What were you doing?
And that's why I had my hands pretty full on the phase one project. There were a lot of inspections that were taking place at that time.
Okay. But you were out of the decision-making process for moving forward.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So what was so bad about the shimmer work on phase one that necessitated the change?
I don't know. I was hearing negative comments about that phase one project. That it was affected with a lot of problems, that were common to a lot of changes. But I guess I felt I had a better understanding of what to expect of architectural engineering design, as well as what was done during construction, and I didn't feel that they did that horrible of a job. But the word seemed to be, and I was offered a genius thing, but the word seemed to be with management that Zimmer was largely at fault. Both with the document being maybe not complete or not completely accurate, and also to some extent with the actual physical design of the building.
Okay, that concludes my question with Gary, and I'd like to turn to Greg. But before I do, I'd like, in respect to the committee, if others have questions for Gary, I think they should get them in now.
Gary?
Let me just say, Janet,
Yeah.
that I'm not under such a time restriction right now because of the changes that were made in the doctor's appointment this morning.
Okay, all right, then I'm going to let Senator McCoy continue his questions.
Thank you. Greg, again, thanks for being with us. Going back to you, 29 years experience, CPA background. You were the CFO for the Iowa Veterans Home, overseeing an $80 million budget. So not a small task.
Correct.
And you reported to whom?
The Commandant.
You reported to the Commandant. And at that time, that was who?
David Worley.
Okay. And as such, when you reported to him, you felt based on your opening statement, you felt at a point in time that you needed to come forward and to talk to officials in state government, specifically human resources, to reach out to them and talk about what was going on at the Iowa Veterans Home. Can you tell me a little bit about what necessitated that decision in your mind?
The behavior and decision-making and the situations that the Commandant put the senior group into, both statements that he might make to other organizations, be it LSA or the Governor's Office or Department of Management, that weren't in some cases factual. In talking about the construction project, when we would have construction meetings, David would come into those, and then later I'd be called into his office in the afternoon after the meetings were ceased, and he'd be furious that decisions weren't being made fast enough, that there were silly questions, that we had people that were needed to be in the discussion for the design of the projects. What we had done in the past, we had included various disciplines across the campus in the design of buildings, so that we made certain that the buildings would meet the needs of both the services that we delivered, met our mission, and also met the needs of the clients, our residents. That was not the direction he wanted to go. He was very critical of Department of Administrative Services. the project managers, both Gary Forshee and Chuck Wright, that were assigned to our projects there. I would say I wasn't looking forward to the after-meeting discussions, after the construction meetings. I felt tremendous amount of pressure to make decisions that needed to be thought out more, that needed to be researched, because we're talking about both state and federal money, taxpayers' money that was being utilized.
I'm interested in that. So at all times were state and federal laws followed as it related to the process of carrying out the requirements of both the federal bidding process and the state bidding process?
I'm not sure if the federal law was broken, but as I stated in my opening statements, I was responsible in the principal contact for the state federal construction projects for the Veterans Home. So I was the principal contact talking to the project manager in Washington. I was responsible for putting all the documentation together, coordinating with architects, with Department of Administrative Services staff to make certain that budgets were properly reflected of what we thought the projects were going to be and that they met the federal requirements. There were certain certifications that were required to be signed off on the various projects, and if you go back and look at the documentation, I have signed off on all projects except the revised Phase 2 project. The design team that was hired by Department of Administrative Services, OPN, they didn't have a contract when they started work on the project. I asked questions of that in Des Moines and of my boss, and I was told not to ask any more questions.
Greg, if I could stop you there, I've got some questions from that. So essentially, a decision was made by Doug Woodley and Mike Carroll to then terminate Schimmer and Associates. At that point, once that decision was made and they decided to go out and rework Phase 2, what was the process for the RFP to eventually contract with OPN?
Well, when I started asking questions about the process for procuring OPN, and I believe I did talk to Gary Forshee at the time, I was not aware that what I would call a formalized RFP had went out on the street. Again, I asked to see it, I was told I couldn't. Again, I'm responsible for putting the package together for the federal government that goes in for these projects, and I have to put the appropriate documentation included in that package to go to Washington. Just one day they popped out of nowhere and they came in on property and met with David Worley. They didn't have any experience with the federal VA construction grant program, so they had to work with me closely.
So who told you no, that you could not see the RFP that you needed to see in order to be that conduit between the state and the feds?
I asked both Paul Carlson and David Worley different occasions.
And what were their rationale and reasoning for not allowing you to see it?
I wasn't given one.
So the decision's made, Schimmer's gone, in pops OPN into your office. You know there's an RFP out there, but you don't know who issued it. You don't know the details of it, fair to say. How did OPN come in and introduce themselves to you?
It's been some time, so I don't remember their names. But after introductions, and we were talking, because they were going to have to work with me with the budget, because the DAS was no longer using state employees. So I had no idea what types of charges were going to be forthright coming from a construction management company, which I had not worked with before. I did ask the principal architect to sign from OPN about a contract, and he said he was told by Department of Administrative Services that they didn't need one at that time and that they'd work one out later.
But at the time he told you that, he was working on the project?
Yes.
Without a contract?
And I asked them how they were going to get paid, and they said there was an agreement to pay them at a later date.
Okay. So let me ask you the obvious question. How could any of that pass the sniff test with the feds?
It wouldn't. The feds rely upon the state of Iowa to make certain certifications that the particular state that's submitting an application is following the proper protocol. There's a document that needs to be signed off on to certify that. I didn't feel comfortable signing it. I went to my boss, the commandant, and I'd gone to him several times to tell him that I didn't feel comfortable with the situation. We're talking millions of dollars, potentially. And I was told, well, the commandant got furious with me because he wanted me to sign it. And then he grabbed the document from me and used some special language, which I won't use here, and said he would, and he didn't have a problem, that Des Moines wanted this project to move forward. And he signed it.
So at the time he signed that project, it was your belief that the state was out of compliance.
Yes.
With the feds.
Yes.
And that we had a vendor working for us with no contract.
Yes.
And that vendor was hired under mysterious circumstances.
I wasn't privy to the circumstances. I was told, I think by Gary or by Chuck, that there was an RFP. It was less than one page. It didn't even identify the site of the project where it was going to be conducted at, and that it had been issued.
Yeah.
But I didn't get to see it.
And so OPN is now on the scene and doing work. It's your understanding they're doing redesign work at phase 2, re-engineering phase 2 so that it falls below. It was over 10%, so they've got to bring the cost down. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And you've obviously painted an interesting picture of the commandant, all information that I've heard before, but give me a flavor for what the work environment was at the time this was all occurring. You've got a new DAS team from Des Moines calling the shots. You've got Gary Forshee out of the picture. You're admittedly out of the picture, not even signing documents at that point. This sounds like chaos.
Well, in about the same time, they brought DCI in.
Who's DCI?
It's a private company that was brought in by the DAS. I'd never worked with them before.
And how did you meet DCI then? DCI is a construction company?
Gary might be able to speak more to that. They showed up one day, I think while Gary and Chuck was still employed. Later to learn that they were going to replace Gary and Chuck. I was told that they didn't bid that. They did it under $50,000. I know I was talking to Gary and Chuck at the time and going, there's just no way. This is going to be a lot more money than $50,000. And they ended up...
Who did the RFP for that?
It must have been DAS. I don't know who at DAS did it.
Gary, do you know who did the RFP for the decision to hire DCI?
DAS did it amounted to a order.
It was a purchase order?
It was a purchase order, and I don't know whether they managed to talk to other construction management firms at the time or not. But it was a, well, it was a purchase order, but it had some other attached documents that it was a legitimate document that we used for a small kind of historical perspective. It was an amount of $6,000, and I supposed to get it, I was instructed to put together one of the tax documents.
So it was for how many $1,000?
It was for $50,000.
$50,000. And basically, do you know whether there was an interview process or an RFP process to hire this firm, DCI?
I don't know that I suspect not.
Okay.
This all came about, one day I was told that I was to meet up the next morning at 7:30, representative from the company called EPI, which is a part of Downey Construction.
Downing Construction in Indianola?
Yeah, it's their construction management division. It's a real small operation, but it's their construction management.
Okay.
And so I was taking them up to the Iowa Veterans Home and give them a tour of phase one project. I would not do, I would try to avoid, the construction contractors up there and stay out of the way of everybody, but I was supposed to show them around. I suspect the idea was that the national food company after their meeting. I toured them up there, and then it was like a week or so later.
Okay. So did you understand that these were the folks that were going to potentially be taking your job as construction manager?
Well, I didn't have a thought that the answer to my job, but I answered my question, but I did sense that these people were going to use their power to, for my role.
Thank you. So Greg, going back to, so we've got OPN working for the state now without a contract, being told that's okay, we're just gonna do a contract later. When the documents on the contract that they signed have a date of when they started work?
My boss at one time told me that they might be backdated.
That they might be backdated?
Yes.
How does that happen?
Well, that wouldn't be legal. I would like.
Well, I mean, you're a CPA, right? So when we're talking about contracts and when performance begins under a contract, a date on a contract is pretty important, right? I mean, backdating is illegal.
I would like the committee to know that during this period, I was having private conversations with the deputy auditor, the state auditor's office, Andy Nelson, and I was communicating with the auditor's office of what I was seeing. I also talked to the audit in charge before I left employment at Iowa Veterans Home and encouraged them. Since these contracts weren't ours, they were at the Department of Administrative Services in Des Moines. And up until the point I was removed of my responsibilities, I'd never seen them. They wouldn't give them to me. And I'm not sure if they existed at the point I was asking for them. But I did notify the state auditor's office. And again, I did not sign the certifications. I went to Washington because I didn't feel comfortable doing that. And as I stated in my opening statements, myself and others repeatedly tried to get the governor's office attention. And we just weren't successful in doing that.
So did you ever see any of the contracts that went into Washington, and did you ever have an opportunity to observe a change in the date versus what reality was?
Well, these contracts would not go into Washington. The state construction program in Washington relies upon the auditors that the state relies upon. In some states, the audit is privately conducted. In the state of Iowa, that's an elected office, and they rely upon the auditors attesting that everything's okay. You have to send a copy of the audit report each year to the state construction grant program, and that's to attest that everything's okay.
So the feds really rely on the good work of the state auditor to make sure that everything that is said is occurring is actually occurring. How did you try to get the attention of the governor's office with respect to trying to reach out to their office on this matter?
Well, we had
other matters.
There were a number of matters dealing with the Commonwealth's behavior, treatment of residents, other employees, and practices such as this with contracting and purchasing. And It was a very uncomfortable environment. Shortly after he was confirmed, he made some jokes in the room that if you all were at will, then you would never disagree with me, and I wouldn't have to worry about what I say. One of the first persons that was released from the senior management team was Lisa Purvis. He had publicly said it was a budget matter. It was not a budget matter. She was in a situation where she was communicating with legislators, the governor's office, department management, and she was talking and communicating with me that he was making false statements, and I was also aware of that. And we were strategizing, how do we solve this? And I suggested to Lisa that she send emails back to him just to reaffirm this is her understanding. That really made him angry. He would repeatedly tell me that he had friends at the governor's office and that they wouldn't listen if anything was communicated on. It was a very threatening environment there. The senior management team members, several of us, would kind of huddle and talk among ourselves and share some events during the day. And one of the common phrases we'd say, "We can't make this up."
So how did you try to get the attention of the governor's office? Did you send them a memo? Did you send them an email? Did you call them? Did you send them a flag? How did you get their attention?
Well, I initially had a conversation with a representative from personnel, and I was still fearful that it might get back to David Worley, so I had kind of a hypothetical conversation with this individual. And after I got done with it, he looked at me and he looked like he was having a gallstone, and he said, "I got to tell you, they really like him. Be careful." Then
was that Jeff Pankin then with his office, or someone else?
It was someone else.
Okay.
And then in and around that time, I was being excommunicated from the construction projects that I had ran in the past. It was the deputy and David that were primarily meeting with the architects. Every once in a while, he might bring someone else into it, but it was the deputy and him that were making the decision. Shauna Calloway.
Okay.
Then, as I was being further isolated and such, I was in communication with some previous administrators at the Veterans Home, because I was seeking guidance and help. I was having some off-the-record conversations with some people in Des Moines. They were telling me to be careful. So, in talking to some retired administrators, former administrators from the Veterans Home, there were some letters that were written to David Roederer and also to the governor to bring up concerns. We were hoping, under the Vilsack administration, there had been a bad commandant, and Governor Vilsack had brought in a team one day to interview a number of employees and residents. And having gone through that experience, I was hopeful that that would happen again. Also going through that experience, I was told by Molly Anderson, and an attorney at that time with her, that keeping a log, maintaining records, also sharing information with other people that you trusted so that you could collaborate, so someone couldn't say that you weren't doing that or you just made it up. That was a practice that we were doing, several of us, and we were hoping that someone from the governor's office would come and talk to us. My understanding, the letters that were sent by retirees were not responded to. We did reach out to Jean Yeck. She was running for a Senate position in Marshall County. She's a Republican. And she came over one day to meet with several of us. She couldn't believe what we were telling her. She couldn't believe that no one had acted upon this in Des Moines. And she knew the lieutenant governor. And she said she would contact the lieutenant governor and see if something could be initiated and started. My understanding, nothing happened from that contact. But she also knew Rod Roberts, if I'm saying that correctly, DIA. And my understanding, he initiated the initial investigation. I was contacted by Department of Administrative Services, Jeff Pankton, and I was asked to submit a written statement. And Dr. Manier was also the other person that was contacted. Both of us initiated the first investigation. What was very troubling to us, because we thought that now we had gotten the attention of Des Moines and that something positive would happen. But what we found out shortly after the investigation began, that David Worley was being told what we were telling the investigators. He would show up in people's offices after they'd gone in. That was communicated via email to Jeff Plankton by an IVH employee. We thought that was well above and beyond and supported what our concerns were. The response back from Jeff was kind of a non-response. I can tell you it was very chilling for anyone else to come forward in that facility once it got out that if you did contact Department of Administrative Services, that it was going to get back to the Commandant. We never felt, Dr. Vanier and myself, never felt that the investigation was fully independent, fully thorough. Dr. Vanier, I believe, contacted via email Jeff Plankton because there was silence for some time, and there were other people that wanted to come forward but were scared, and the advice was that they needed to contact Department of Administrative Services directly. It appeared there was a reluctance to even do the investigation, and quite frankly, when the investigation was over, and I have no idea exactly when it was over, they forgot to tell us. Dr. Manier emailed them one day because we were just, what's going on? It's silence, nothing's happening. People are hoping and praying that something from Des Moines would happen, and they would send someone up there to further look into it. But Dr. Manier either got an email or a phone call. You'd have to talk to him. I got a phone call and an email from Jeff Plankton apologizing for not telling us that the investigation was concluded, and couldn't tell us what the results were. Couldn't tell us if it was founded or unfounded.
And you were on the senior management team. Well, it's quite a rat's nest you're describing for us. I'm concerned about your comments with the governor or with the state auditor's office when you contacted the state auditor's office trying to talk about some of these unusual practices, business practices. What was your response with respect to the state auditor's office?
Well, most of the situation I was involved in was non-transaction.
Okay.
I was seeking advice. I'd worked 12 years in the state auditor's office. I'm respected by the state auditor's office. Andy and I have had a relationship going back, and I was seeking counsel and advice. I did identify that I believe there were some contracting issues, and identified, but they're always a year later when they come in and look at things. And I'm not sure if they looked at it or not. I have to assume they did. But most of my conversation with Andy was about the behaviors, the situation I was in, and seeking advice on who possibly I could contact to get someone's attention in a safe way.
But what you're communicating to them is we've got DCI that came in on a purchase order for $50,000. We've got OPM who said they're starting work without a contract. I mean, these are not typical business practices of the state. Would you agree with that after being a CPA and working in state government for 29 years?
Well, I didn't go into that detail with Andy.
Okay.
I identified that there was a design contract that they ought to look at, and look at the deliverables and look at the date when it was signed. And I think once you look at those, it may not add up.
Okay. And that's what you're telling this committee today, is wake up, there's a design contract out there that started without an official contract well before a contract was signed, and there was a questionable RFP, as you indicated, a one-page RFP used to select that team. Then there's this DCI group from construction management. So you're drawing us a picture here of where we need to be looking as a committee. Would that be fair to say?
I would like to go back and correct. When I was talking to Andy Nelson, I did not go into the details of, it's DCI and OPN, and I don't think I ever brought up DCI in my conversation with him. It was about the architectural design contracts there that they might want to look at them, because I think there's some irregularities with them.
Okay. So you're giving us the details because you want us to investigate these issues.
Well, I've been subpoenaed to come before this committee and
I understand.
answering your questions.
I understand. My question, I guess, then is why didn't you give the state auditor that level of detail?
Well, when I left, I talked to the audit in charge and I said, these contracts aren't ours. They're at Department of Administrative Services. I never saw them. So I don't know who signed them. I never saw the RP. But I said, you might want to look at those. Because I believe there may be some irregularities.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you. And this would be just then for either Greg or here. Would it be a logical conclusion to say then that the taxpayers of the state of Iowa paid then for 2 sets of design plans at the Iowa Veterans Home? We had one from Shimmer and then one from OPM. Would that be a fair statement?
This is Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I touched a little bit of maybe confusion on that a little bit ago. Actually, Shimmer redesigned phase 2 after the original design came in over budget. They did a design, they took it all the way to where you pretty much ready to print 120 cents of plans and specs and issued a bidder, took it all the way to the point just short of doing all that printing. But they were paid additional services for doing that redesign. And their contract at that point got terminated. That was the project amounted to, the phase 2 project was a 16-bed housing building. That contract got terminated, and then, lo and behold, I don't know what it's about, IDA management, staff management, the project that OPM designed, the 72-bed housing building that went on that same site that was originally planned for the phase 2 building. And this project that OPM did was not referred to as phase 2. Didn't have any link at all in title. But it was a design, I've never seen the design, so I don't know how similar or different it is from Shimmer's design. But they were made to design that, and of course, this actually also done construction. So in reality, that housing building was designed free.
Okay. So, yes, we did pay twice, but no, we may have used somebody else's plans.
Right, and I'm sure OPM's design is vastly different than Shimmer, so there was a copyright issue.
So we paid for 2 sets of designs then, and the legislature was never told about this, and everybody over there was told to be quiet. We don't want to ask any questions about this. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
Yes. And then to be fair, the redesign that Shimmer did, well, there would have been all printing, reprinting for a new bid process. That never happened. The other thing is that redesign work that Shimmer did wasn't like you started drawing the first line on a sheet of paper. And they were able to use a whole lot of the original design and just make changes, just square footage up, reduce maybe quality, things like that. Where we're struggling to get the cost back to the budget.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, why do we need DCI and OPM if we've got a competent contractor in the first place who can go back in, do some drawing redesign, come in under budget and save taxpayer money? I don't understand why we needed these other 2 outfits in there. Is that correct? Observation?
DCI plays a different role. Our construction and on-site during construction. But I think what you're saying, is a fair statement. But I think I think it was Portugal and Shepherd getting heat for being questioned about their design ability based on phase one. Fairly or unfairly. And then I think too, that maybe IDA and probably specifically the Commandant, working with management and staff, were trying to convince people that that design that Shepherd did initially for that phase two housing building maybe was not the best design, the best layout. And so they want to go a different direction. So that was the best.
Okay, so these people, the director, Ms. Das, Mr. Carroll, Mr. Whitley, then just simply took it upon themselves to change an entire project without referring to anyone else, without looking at the auditor's office, without talking to the legislature, without talking to anyone that writes checks around here, and risking millions of dollars in federal money. Am I correct on that?
Well, again, I wasn't really part of all that. I don't know who they really did talk to. I'm sure the Commandant was a big part of all of this too. But I don't know who was pushing.
Thank you.
Rick, could you walk us through how the Iowa Veterans Home process started with this, as far as when Shimmer was hired, what were they hired to do, and how did the changes start occurring with phase, once phase two? Walk us through that, why DCI was brought in, why they felt the design needed to change.
To clarify, not the beginning of phase one, because Shimmer started with the master planning.
Back up to the next.
Back up? Okay. Commandant Dan Steen, it was his vision to update the facility, and we worked with Department of Administrative Services to procure a design team to help us put a master plan together. And it was based not just on price, it was based on qualifications. And Shimmer was one of the leading architectural firms in the country that's working with state veterans homes. So they had the knowledge and experience of working with the federal VA and all the forms and numbers that were necessary to be successful. They were commissioned through Department of Administrative Services, proper process, and they developed a master plan for us. Then as a part of that, I think it was like $120,000, my memory, approximate of what it would cost. I think $120 million. And we were going to proceed with a project phase one because they divided these up into phases. We submitted that to Washington as like a concept statement. They evaluate. Every fall, they submit a new list. Sometimes it's toward the end of the year, calendar year. Generally, it's in the fall when they publish their list. And they have projects that are above the line, which indicates that they're eligible for funding if they proceed and meet the requirements. And then there's ones below the line that are eligible, but there's not sufficient funds at the federal level. I think there was a question earlier to Mark from Shimmer about the design fees. We have always been somewhat semi-aggressive in Iowa with the state grant, construction grant program to position ourselves so we can get ahead of other states. So we would use state money, operating money, to pay for the design work up front. That's totally eligible for reimbursement once the project is approved by the feds. And that's what we did with phase one. And then phase one was approved. The design proceeded with Sherman Associates. We had various disciplines across the campus that were involved in that discussion and the documents being put together. And it was a short timeline in regards to getting that money that year. But we were able to put everyone together, and working with the Department of Administrative Services, Gary was intimately involved with that. That we were able to meet the deadline and get the documents into Washington, and the project was approved. Then it went out for bid, and Larson & Larson was awarded the contract, and we proceeded to build. It was about 25 months approximately, I think is what Mark said this morning. I would like to point out that we had 4 different commandants during the construction of this project, and some of that contributed to the changes that were spoken of earlier this morning that were charged out of the contingency. Dan Steen initiated the master plan, his vision. John Mathis came in. Dennis Mack was interim for a while, and then David Worley was hired by the governor. So each one of them, to some extent, had some changes, or decisions had to be made that later I found that David didn't tend to agree with any of the changes that were made by the previous commandants, and resulted in some additional changes being made to phase 1. Toward the end of phase 1, after David was on board, I spoke of earlier of these construction meetings that we were having, and then conversations I was having with the commandant after those. In about the time that DCI was brought in, and again, I didn't know why they were brought in, as Gary stated, he didn't know either. It started slowing up on the decisions that Shimmer needed to make and Larson & Larson needed to make. We couldn't get decisions out of Des Moines, and I couldn't understand why that was happening, because that was delaying the project, adding cost to the project. And then I started hearing from my boss that Shimmer and Larson & Larson weren't very good in either in construction or in design, and all the problems that they had. It just seemed like all of a sudden everything that was happening that might be considered a problem or a challenge or something that was needed to address was a mistake that Shimmer had made. And it seemed like anytime I tried to defend either Gary Forshee, Chuck Wright, or Shimmer, that wasn't well received. And then the design staff were let go in Des Moines, and then I was told I'd be working with DCI to finish out the project. And all of a sudden, then things started up again. DCI were in there night and day, and they were getting up to speed because they hadn't been involved in the project. And they came at it with a little different opinion of how things were put together, so that resulted in some additional changes that cost the state money. But at the time, it was spun that Gary Forshee and Chuck Wright, gas were inefficient, and that's why they had to come in and fix it. I would agree with Gary that this project, yes, it had some issues. Some of it was the result of different commandants making some changes, and I don't say that in a negative context. It just as we went along, we found some things. We're cutting edge. This is one of the state-of-the-art new facilities in the state of Iowa, in the country for state veterans homes. I'm very proud of that. But it just seemed like anything that went awry was Shimmer's fault. I was told in about that time by Paul Carlson, because he took over after Gary after they were let go. My principal contact was Paul Carlson. He told me I couldn't talk to Shimmer, that the conversations with Shimmer would come from their office down there, and then I had to work with DCI going forward. And then it seemed that I started getting a little bit more removed from the process, and it was more DCI and the commandant and the deputy that were working on those projects, our phase 1 project, closing it out. And ultimately, I believe DCI is the company that closed it out. At the same time, we had a non-master project going on, master plan project going on, the DAC, Day Room Expansion Project. That was also impacted by this changeover. Chuck Wright was the project manager assigned to that project, and when the project managers were let go, DCI also picked that up. So I started wondering, how in the heck can they do this for $50,000? And I went to the commandant about that, and he told me not to ask questions. This was being done by Des Moines.
talk to us briefly about phase 3, because it's my understanding that there was a company selected to complete the work for phase 3, you out of Red Oak, Iowa. Explain how that project, I assume it received federal money if they had selected someone to do the work, and why did that not move forward?
Well, Gary, I have to correct me with my memory. I thought that was also a PLIA project, but I'm not certain of that. Gary, do you remember?
Gary, you on the line?
Yes, well, phase three was a project that was also designed by Schindler. And it was not a housing project, it was more of a renovation of the existing building. Move a couple of floors out of that building. The building was very big office, and it was kind of their commandant block over in the fall. And that deal was centralized business administration and health services, that sort of thing. It was one building. And the houses would be moved out of there to one of these other phases. So, phase 3 was under design and actually went out for bid in March. That went out for bid. There was no project labor agreement included in it. And it came in under budget. After the thing got out, there was an attempt to award a contract to Oakview Construction. And the process proceeded. And by that I mean, IAA had to package up bid down sheets, other documents, and so on, send them into Washington, D.C. to the VA. And history has shown that it takes the VA close to 90 days before they issue a final approval letter of everything, the process, and final approval of the grant. So the state is not able to actually issue a contract to a local bidder until such time that I receive that assurance of the grant. So we were tracking down the road. I was still involved in this early on, and we were now in 60 days, or getting closer to 90 days, and everything. That was the point at which just about everything came to a screeching halt. And by that I mean the contractor was notified that that project was not going to go forward. And Schindler was notified that the contractor phase 3 was being terminated. And that was what we had to do.
Who notified the contractor that they were not going to get the project after all?
My knowledge is that we made, I'm sorry, not quite the line. In our discussion here, by the way, I think we're sort of overlooking the line land with the development of a lot of these things too, alongside the street. But there was, I believe that line land is notified contractor and Schindler. And Woodley, I think it happened earlier discussion with the Schindler about the suspension of their contract and just go forward with the company.
And Greg, in previous construction projects, did the Iowa Veterans Home get to sign off on documents, or was it DAS who signed off on documents related to Iowa Veterans Home? What would be a typical procedure for signing off on these contracts?
Well, in the past, there would be a line for us to sign, and in many cases, I would be that person. Also, I approved the change orders on the projects. Earlier, Mark stated it was the commandant. In most cases, it was me.
And then, are you saying that the Iowa Veterans Home under DAS's new system was cut out of approval of work at its existing facility, that all shifted to this new company coming in DCI to make those approvals, or did the Des Moines office?
Well, I was in one meeting, I think it was Doug Woodley, who was talking about the new process that was coming on board, whereas I think he framed it in the context that we were their clients, we had our mission to accomplish, they wanted us to state what we needed, and then they would carry it forward, and we could go on and do our own mission and not be involved in the day-to-day decision-making process of the projects. That was how it was explained to me. And I don't know what interaction the Veterans Home had going forward. I just know that the Commandant and the Deputy Director were the two principal people that were communicating with the architect and DAS.
And you had talked about the priority ranking coming from the federal government on VA projects. When phase 2 and phase 3 and 4 were shut down, did anyone alert officials that we may be jeopardizing federal funding that we had already been queued up for?
Well, the phase 2 project turned into the 72-bed housing facility project. In Washington, they didn't see that as a new project because each project is assigned an FAI number. And I was in conversation with the project manager in Washington, and he said as long as we met the original deadline of the original phase 2 project, that if there wasn't a significant scope change, and I talked him through what we were doing and such, he made that call if it was a significant scope change or not. And he said he wouldn't consider that a significant scope change as long as we got the documents, because we had to redesign and submit all new documents into Washington and meet the deadline for award as the original phase 2 project, that they would grant that to us. I started having conversations with Paul Carlson once the project managers were released, and he was my principal contact, and he told me that they were going to resubmit a project after I had talked to the project manager in Washington and communicated to David Worley that we could do that. That's why OPN was brought in, because the timeline for doing that was just unrealistic. I mean, OPN was working night and day to get the documents prepared to go in. But in my conversations with Paul Carlson, he called me one day and told me that he had directives to give me that I had to take phase 1 or phase 2, 3, 4 out of my vocabulary, that I couldn't refer to any of the phase projects, and he was being instructed by Brenda Finley, the governor's office, to direct me to do that. They didn't want any connection to the PLA agreement, and it became very clear to me why now phase 2 was being redesigned. I mean, you couldn't call it phase 2, is because they didn't want to jeopardize the federal funds to be lost, and they wouldn't necessarily be lost. When I talked to my ongoing conversations with the federal program manager, we would have had to, in a normal situation, we would have sent a letter to say that we're not going to proceed. They would release those funds, and then would reapply for the next cycle. And he has a total view of what the 50 states are doing, and he said, Greg, you're going to get the money, if you reapply. That's not a problem. But there's always a risk if you do that. But he was highly confident we'd get the money. And that was my counsel to my boss. Because of the timeline, to get an architect. I didn't know what they were doing in Des Moines with OPN. I just knew that I had been successful in getting the project manager in Washington to say or decide that this wasn't a significant scope change, that we didn't have to start over again with applications and such and wait for submission. And then the conversations about the design and such and the contracting of that was between the Commandant and whoever in Des Moines.
Why would the governor's legal counsel tell you not to refer to it as phase 2, 3, and 4 anymore?
I did not have a direct conversation with her.
Or she told Paul Carlson?
That's what Paul told me.
Carlson told you. Okay, well, we'll see in December.
I was also instructed to not use email. in regards to the ongoing conversation. I was told to communicate via phone.
Not use email with who?
Communication to Des Moines, Paul Carlson, or anyone at DAS that I'm talking about the project. I was told to try to stay on the phone, use phone communication rather than email.
So they didn't want anything in writing about the changes that were occurring during that. Basically, is your understanding of why you wouldn't use email?
Well, it's like the conversation. I couldn't get that in writing, so it was via phone.
So you're not supposed to refer to it what it was originally called, and you're not supposed to use email to handle all business over the phone.
Oh, yes.
And Paul Carlson was your contact person as all of this was going on.
Because I had to put together a new application, new budget. We had new players. I didn't know what OPM was going to charge. I didn't even know what the building was going to look like. And then DCI was also involved. So Paul was helping me come up with numbers to put in the application.
So he's giving you numbers over the phone, telling you to plug this in for, that's kind of how it's going down at that point then?
Well, I wouldn't say plug numbers, but being an accountant, but he was, and he obviously was talking to other people, I have to assume, to advise me, because there's certain lines in the application, as Mark talked this morning about architectural design, you got construction, and then you have, we're going to use a construction management company. And that's the first time I've ever been involved in that, because prior to that, the state had state employees performing that function.
And you said that you were getting further and further isolated. Is that what you mean by isolated, that you weren't allowed to communicate with Des Moines via email? What do you mean by further isolated?
Well, once I completed the application and it was successfully submitted to Washington, the comment said my services were pretty much ended in regard to the construction project. I was still working on phase 1, and I was working with DCI a little bit, but even that was starting to, it was just being moved away from me. And in hindsight, I had raised concerns to him, and that might have contributed to my downfall, I don't know.
So when you say your services, were you let go? Were you demoted? Were you transferred?
Well, I was a merit employee, and I was reclassified. At one point through this journey, I was put out by the loading dock in an office, well away from financial people, and no one. My supervisor was the person that took over my job, which background was social work and very little financial. He never gave me anything to do, and then after I was reclassified, and my pay decreased over $33,000.
Decreased it?
Over $33,000. Once the reclassification occurred, then the commandant moved me back in a makeshift cubicle outside my old office, and would go in to visit with Doug Freeman at times. I remember the first day I was out there. Boy, you're doing the best job ever. Better than any other business manager ever had here. Then walk over to me and say, "How you doing, Greg? I'm kind of worried about you. You okay? You hanging in there?" That was the atmosphere at the Veterans Home. And there were other people that were treated this way.
And you had a very long tenure with the state of Iowa. Have you ever received any negative performance reviews under your tenure?
No, I have not. Even under Worley, I had an outstanding evaluation. He downgraded it to, I think, above average or average. Wouldn't give me an explanation why. I didn't sign it. But no, I've always received outstanding evaluations in my career as state government.
And no indication as to why you deserve a $33,000 decrease in pay from it was just done?
I alleged through the process, through Department of Administrative Services investigation, that it was retaliation of trying to contact the governor's office. And that's in my documentation through the entire process. I maintain that.
Okay, Senator Schneider.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick follow-up questions for Gary Forsheet. Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you. You had mentioned during the course of, I think it was your opening statement, that you had heard some negative comments about Schemmer's performance. You specifically mentioned poor documentation and poor design. And these aren't your words. I'm not saying you necessarily agreed with the assessments of what those people told you, but can you elaborate on what type of documentation issues other people saw and what type of design issues other people saw and that you have heard about?
Well, let's see, I don't know if I can come up with any specifically right now, but I didn't necessarily agree with those assessments. In fact, I saw it largely as, they were easy targets for all the change orders for the project. I think there were some issues. I mean, they left out some information or failed to specify how something was fit together, what the components were to be, things like that. Various things. We had some issues with the electronic security. That wasn't all they thought out. And there was some errors made with ground facility location.
I'm sorry, what about what?
Underground utility, route locations, things weren't where we thought they were supposed to be, and things like that. Some of it is understandable, and some of it I'm not here to try to totally understand it. Some of it was literally, their fault, that they didn't do a good job of maybe they didn't provide details. Something, for example, on how to do it. So, but I just got the feeling that they were, like I say, these targets, we maybe overly claimed that it was huge to terminate the contract. So,
have you heard these comments before the contract was terminated?
Probably some, because like I said, there were some things that they could be held to blame for, I think. I actually, when I was still involved in carrying out phase one construction, I actually had a spreadsheet I put together that categorized the point of finger and the different entities, so each change item. And I don't remember any longer how that divided out in terms of the overall value of all the change items, but there was still one amount for all concerns, for sure.
Thank you. And Greg, you had also mentioned, I'm not saying you agreed with the statements that you heard, you had also mentioned you heard, at least from your direct supervisor, about complaints related to Schemmel. Are the complaints that Gary just went over consistent with what you heard, or have you heard different statements or issues? Can you elaborate on that for us, please?
I think these would be, what Gary said, very similar. It seemed to me, coming from my boss, that they were exaggerated in some cases to make it appear that, and this was after the state employees were released and DCI was on board. Because even DCI in the meetings they would make jokes openly about Schindler, how they were incompetent. And that's why they were brought in, to fix things. And here I was, somewhat a project manager, because I was representative of the vets home. I had been working with Gary and Chuck, and intimately with Schindler, and it was very awkward to be in that room. And that might have been another reason why I was excommunicated going forward. But I would concur with Gary's statements.
Okay. So then you didn't hear anything other than issues about information being left out of documentation or change order requests or failure to provide specifics or anything with the electronic security system or utility route locations? Did you hear complaints about anything other than those issues?
Well, we had a lighting issue over the beds. I remember taking that in to the commandant and the deputy director. They were blaming Shimmer for that. That went back to, please correct me, Gary, if I say something wrong here, from my memory. Former commandant Dan Steen wanted these rooms to be non-institutional. He wanted them to be more like a home. And initially, I believe Shimmer had designed in a more institutionalized type of lighting fixture over the bed. And as we got closer to opening the 180 bed, as Gary mentioned, we have people from Fire Marshal's office and DIAs coming out at times. We became aware that I think it's looms wasn't high enough over the beds. And I remember that being framed as a mistake that Shimmer made, and that was not the case. I believe Shimmer was kind of reluctant in making that change, but understood that that's a direction that time the management team wanted to go with to make that, and then we would make adjustments when we got there. And I know DCI piled on top of that too. It just seemed like at any turn something would pop up that we had some water pressure issues when we first opened. We moved residents out there, and the commandant said we were putting residents at risk, life and death, because the water wouldn't heat up fast enough. Well, when I backtracked and got back to Shimmer, the building had been vacated for so long that you have to have some usage to get the water to flow through the building. It kind of made sense to me. And then just moving residents out there and just starting the showers up in the morning, or in some cases I think it took 20 minutes plus the water to heat up. I think there was some remedy to that. I think they added some additional pumping or something to it. But to me, the things that popped up in that project were manageable. They were in some cases to be expected. But it seemed like after the design, the state employees had been released, that anything popped up, it was just amplified. And then the automatic response was, or comment was a design problem, and it was also a problem of the previous DAS project managers. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, no, I understand that. So in addition, were there any other issues then, in addition to failure to provide specifics, leaving out information, electronic security, utility route locations, the lighting not being adequate or too institutional, and problems with the water pressure? Was there anything else that either of you can recall being raised as an issue?
We had door locking issues, but again, that comes back to, we had various nursing representatives in these meetings that had changed over through the different commandants, and what had been decided midstream had radically changed when with Shauna Calloway and with David Worley. And Gary spent a lot of time on that issue, and our IT people at the Vets Home to resolve that. Is there anything else, Gary, that I've left out?
Well, I can't think of anything right now. I would just like to make a comment, or I'd like to do earlier today. I think Chevron is probably one of the more highly respected design firms in the country when it comes to healthcare, particularly nursing homes, and especially anything having to do with VA. They've done projects all over the country, if not out of the country, involved in that. They are pretty cutting edge in terms of finding towards the latest approach, such as resident care, which is what these projects are all about. So, I don't know. With that negatively, I don't think it's
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, I'm not trying to say anything about Shimmer's reputation or their performance. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what some of the issues were that could have led to their dismissal, because we haven't heard any testimony about anyone from anyone yet who was involved in that decision-making process. So, I understand you're not saying anything about them as a firm. Thank you.
Senator Hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Forshey, going back over some of the things you said, I want to clarify. According to my notes, you brought out in your testimony that in order to qualify for federal money, there are deadlines you have to meet. Is that right, in making your applications?
Right, now Greg can respond to this better than I, but yeah, there's very, very rigid deadlines, and they throw you first sometimes too.
Okay, and I think you said that not all the procedures were followed necessarily properly with Shimmer because of the deadlines, and I got the impression that you had to kind of rush things, or whoever was doing the application had to rush things to meet the deadlines. Was that what you said?
Well, that's my memory, and then we're referring here to phase one project.
Yes.
Up front when the AE was first hired.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Now, you also talked about the change orders, and you said there were several different reasons that you could have change orders, and we've heard that there were quite a few on phase one. And I think you said among the reasons would be errors and omissions on the part of the person doing the planning. Is that correct?
That's correct. Now, errors and omissions is a term that often is used as applied to an AE or a design firm, implying that it's something that's covered by insurance. And I'm not suggesting, that some of these things are or are not expected to be subject to the AE's insurance. But I'm just referring to the fact that there may be things that were left out of the drawing, or in some cases, things that were done that were in conflict from one drawing sheet to another, for example.
So it would be fair to say, based on your statement there, that the more foresight and the better job the person making the proposal, drawing up the proposals, the better job they can do in anticipating possible problems and avoiding these errors and omissions, the fewer change orders you're going to have. Is that correct?
Should be, right, you'd expect that.
All right, and so that would be a goal that anyone hiring, I don't know what you call them, a consultant or manager, whatever they are, that draws up these plans, a goal would be to pick somebody that would be able to draw up a proposal with minimal amounts of change orders. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Sure.
Okay. And you talked about phase two, and I think you admitted that you weren't very impressed with phase two. It was over budget, and it had to be redone. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Now, phase two went out to bid with project labor. So the labor rate was a rate.
Okay, so that would increase the cost of the project right there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would increase it, but I don't think it would have increased it enough to kept it within budget. But I think the construction estimate on that probably was just off as well.
Okay, so part of the increase in cost would be the project labor agreement, and part of it was just, I don't know what, poor planning?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand you're saying part of the reason the cost would be high or over budget would be because of the project labor agreement requirement, and but part of it also was just other considerations where somehow the estimates that were made were apparently not realistic, and you couldn't get contractors to bid within that range. So there was several reasons that the estimate was below the bids that were made.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. And the project labor agreement, that was a requirement that, was that under Governor Culver, or do you remember when that came about?
Yeah, that's the executive order of Governor Culver.
All right, Governor Branstad rescinded that when he took office.
Right, so I don't know, the process got rid of that executive order, and I guess we were instructed not to include CLA in our future project.
So that would save some money in construction projects, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
Yes. I think you even commented that you didn't even approve of the revision of phase 2. Am I remembering that right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you very well on that.
I think you said that you didn't approve the revision of phase 2, the phase 2 revision. Is that correct?
The revisions on phase 2?
Yes.
Well, phase 2, we looked together with Chevron for phase 2 revisions, very much the same way they did on the original design of phase 2. And so what they were doing for changes on that were all acceptable to IPH and to DAS, and they just never had a chance to bid that project. They carried the redesign all the way through pretty much, and their contract got canceled before it was planned to actually go out for bid.
When was that? What was the dates when phase 2, the original proposal was made, and then the revision? What are those dates? I think you may, I think I've got those somewhere, but I can't remember exactly when they were.
I'm not following you again. When what was it?
Phase 2, the original proposal, and then the revision. What were the dates on those?
Okay.
Yes.
Phase 2 original design was bid on January 6th, I believe it was. And
January 6th of 11?
2011, yeah.
Okay.
And then the redesign of it, I'm not sure when that took place, except that it was, Chevron was pretty much done with the whole redesign and was able to actually probably pick stuff up and put it out for bid by the time their contract was terminated, whenever that was exactly. And that was a few months yet, I believe, before September 1st, when we got laid on.
So maybe in the spring or summer, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was probably in the summer.
Now, do you have knowledge about what happened after these phase 2, 3, and 4 plans were terminated or dropped and the new plans were drawn up? Do you have knowledge of the costs, the comparative costs between the new plans versus the old terminated plans?
Well, I wasn't around long enough to really be very involved in the new designs that OPM did. I was there during the time the RFP was out. I was aware OPM selected to the RFP, In fact, I got a couple of phone calls from OPM after that, asking me some questions about why we did what we did, certain things on the original phase 2 design, because OPM planned housing building was going to go on the same site that Shimmer, the phase 2 building, was going to go on. And I actually took some survey drawings and so on, but within, within a month or so after that, I was gone, and I certainly wasn't at all in the loop of what transpired for communication between IPA, staff management, and OPM.
Okay, so you don't know what the cost of the new projects was then?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what the AECs were, and I certainly don't know what the construction costs were either.
All right, and do you know of any federal, were the new projects, they qualify for federal funds also, federal matching funds?
I believe, Greg and I talked the other day a little bit, we're trying to refresh our memories on some of this. I believe what Greg is saying is that OPM design fee for what they did on that very housing building would not be eligible for federal grant money because a housing project prior to that was designed by Shimmer that went on the same site and so on. So the design of that might have been 100% state money as far as OPM efforts on that housing thing. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong.
Do you know if that's correct?
I believe that's correct. I believe IJOP's money was used.
So the original proposal would have qualified for federal money, and the new proposal did not, is that correct?
Can I answer that, Gary? As I stated earlier, in the federal eyes, it was the same project. It had the same FAI number.
So it qualified for the same federal money that the old project qualified for?
Well, they considered it the same projects, and we had already submitted reimbursement for design work from Shimmer, so you couldn't charge it twice.
So you'd already been paid for it?
Yes, because we had to pay Shimmer.
Okay, so the original project, and we're just talking about the proposal, we're not talking about the actual construction. You had received federal matching funds. Do you know about what they were?
No, at this point, I don't.
Well, roughly what would it be?
I couldn't speak to that. We submit on a reimbursement basis to the feds. We don't draw down funds in advance of, so they were actual bills submitted and approved through our process and DAS process before we drew down federal funds.
Okay, so from the federal government's point of view, this was all one project, and you'd already been paid for it. So when they came in to revise it, they weren't able to get funds for the revisions, and that's what you're saying.
Well, as I stated earlier, to make this deadline, we had to treat this project and get Washington to agree that there weren't significant scope changes. And they did agree to that. And so Washington doesn't care who designs it. They want you to follow the state procurement process and contracting practices. If we hadn't had other funds to pay for OPM, that would have been problematic. That probably wouldn't have been able to proceed.
Yeah. But now we're not talking millions and millions and millions of dollars, though, are we?
We're probably talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, yeah. Now, what about the actual construction itself? On the, as under the new procedures, did that qualify for federal matching funds?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about losing federal money, we're talking about what? Maybe a few $1,000s because of the fact, and it's not really losing federal money, it's money you didn't have in the first place, but it's because when the state revised the project, the state had to pay for the revision and couldn't get additional federal matching money to revise an existing provision. That's the way the federal government looked at it. That's what you're saying.
You didn't lose federal dollars, but you paid twice
Yes.
for them.
Yes, okay, all right. But as far as the construction goes, that qualified for the federal matching.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Oh, I did have a question too. When was Commandant Worley appointed?
It was under the Kohler administration.
Do you remember about what year?
It was during the election cycle. I remember
2010 or 2006? Which election cycle?
Governor Branstad.
2010. Okay, so Governor Culver appointed Commandant Worley in 2010.
I think so. I just remember Governor Branstad coming through the community campaigning, and they were going to extend the search, and they decided the following week not to extend the search and just go with the next. I was on the interview. We had the senior team was a part of the interview team, and I believe we had employees, the union representative too, that was on the interview team. So we were kind of in the loop of who they were looking at. And
well, okay, I don't need all the details, but the point is he was appointed by Governor Culver.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Just a quick housekeeping thing for those of us trying to track along. Phase 1 was completed, correct? Phase 2 got a different name.
Yes.
Was resubmitted and received the federal funding.
Yes.
And phase 3, I'm not sure what that's name is now. What happened to phase 3 and phase 4?
Well, when I was there, OPN in the initial meetings, Commandant Worley presented both projects to them. The revised phase 2 and what he was going to call phase 3, well, not phase 3, you can use phase, but the substitute for phase 3 was remodel of DAC in Malloy. And I don't know if OPN proceeded with designing that. My understanding, they were kind of doing it concurrently when they came on board.
And when the fast track occurred for phase 1, the legislature had approved that because it was part of the iJobs funding. Correct?
Yeah, we wouldn't have proceeded without the legislative approval. We didn't have the time. We'd had to wait, reapply, and put it out for bid.
And the legislature approved which portions of the plan?
Gary helped me. I believe it was the architect, Shimmer.
Yeah, what I was referring to there, this goes back a long way. There was a meeting with the federal. This is my opinion, set by the bank. So, in order to meet the federal timeline, there was an emergency case. This was phase 1, so it's kind of out of the blue that the VA came up with money out of a different, some other project didn't go through, but suddenly there was money available for us to do phase 1. Phase 1 had yet been designed, the AE was not yet under contract, and of course she also got a construction timeline. And the only that was responsible to vet that. And so my memory is that DAP went to the legislature and got authorization to hire Shimmer as the AE for the project. And I don't know if there was any other firms considered. The reason Shimmer would have been selected was that Shimmer had just recently completed the master plan. So they were as familiar as you could be of what phase 1 of the master plan consisted of. So they were able to hit the ground running and we sent the timeline. I guess I said 2-3 on probably.
And when notification was sent to DVA to withdraw Iowa's request for federal funds, who has to sign off on a letter like that, taking our name out of the running?
Well, the first one was signed off by Mike Carroll, and I was told after the fact that the letter had been sent. And then the second letter, either I signed it or David Worley signed it. I pinned it. I don't remember who signed it.
Okay, I've seen a letter signed by Worley. So, did the Iowa Veterans Home not get to approve before Mike Carroll sent the letter, or was the governor's office notified that this was transpiring, or the legislature notified?
I was out of the loop at that time. My understanding, the Commonwealth was working with Des Moines.
I don't see any further questions from committee members. Thank you, Gary and Greg, for your testimony today. Let's take a 10-minute break and get a snack, and we can back up here at 1:35. Thank you for being here. Doug will issue the oath.
Okay. Well, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Thank you.
Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make to the committee?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to be here today. As you know, I've been at the Iowa Veterans Home a year now and have been Commandant for 8 months. I'm happy to answer any questions that I have knowledge of, and I want to commit to you today to provide any additional information that you may need that I may not have with me today. Many of the things that you've been talking about today happened when I was not at the Iowa Veterans Home, but we certainly have documents and things that we're happy to provide to you. I'd like to just provide a short summary of the projects that are currently ongoing at the Iowa Veterans Home. We are working on renovating our Malloy building. The North Tower has been renovated into 90 private rooms with private bath and shower, private bathroom with a private shower. We have moved in our residents into the North Tower just in May. So now we are working on renovation of the Malloy South Tower, and that will be an additional 90 beds for completion next May. And then we will move on to renovating the DAC building to private rooms with private bathroom and shower, and that will be completed in May of 2016. That is a $36.6 million project, $23.8 million federal and $12.8 state funds. Also, we are working on you've heard discussion today about the 72-bed CLC. CLC stands for Community Living Center. We received initial notification of funding for that project, so we began the design on that project, reducing that to 60 bed from 72. In the process of our design, some of the federal guidelines have changed, and so that initially was a $24 million project, $15 million federal and $8 million state. You've heard a little discussion about households. Some of the federal guidelines have changed as to the size of the households, also the requirement to place kitchens in the households. That drove our project a little bit over budget with the square footage that is necessary. So we have withdrawn that project and are going to resubmit that project for the correct level of amount. So I did want you to know we're in process of that redesign, and then we'll be resubmitting for that project. That concludes my opening comments. I'd be glad to take your questions.
Could you explain who made the decision to withdraw from the federal government, and why the legislature wasn't notified about that?
We just made that decision just a few days ago to withdraw from that project. There's a deadline to let the federal government know. I prefer to call it a delay. The actual process is withdrawal because of the federal identification numbers. We do plan to resubmit for the correct budget.
Senator Schumer.
Thank you for coming today. So if we resubmit, does Iowa actually lose its position then in the federal queue? So we're basically starting from.
Well, we will be starting over with the design. We've got a lot of the design work finished. But the process, this would be for replacement beds. when you renovate from double or more rooms to single rooms, of course you lose bed capacity. So these are considered replacement beds. The new building replaces beds that we use by going from double rooms to single rooms. And so that will should keep us high on the federal priority list.
So the money, just to make myself clear, the money that was in the pipeline scheduled for Iowa after the phase one, we are now having to reapply. Is that correct? I'd say like 2, 3, and 4, that money that was going there before is now gone, and now we're reapplying for new. Correct.
Well, let me make sure that I'm clear with you on this. Phase one, you've been talking about phase 1 through 4 today. Okay, phase 1 is finished. Those are
federal 20 million there has been spent, used, and that's fine.
Yes, those are 180 private rooms. That is complete. Our goal, of course, is to renovate and provide private rooms with private showers for all of our residents. That's a multi-year process, and will take a while for us to get there. Phase 2 that you were talking about earlier was replaced with the Malloy and DAC building renovations that we are in the process of now. That's the $36.6 million project. Phase 3 was the design of the front entrance and the Sheeler building remodel for administration. That was deleted. Phase 4 was a 60-bed facility, which was resubmitted as the 72-bed facility. So that is the project that we're currently working on to make sure that, because it was submitted a couple of years ago, and in the process from the initial submission to to rising up on the federal list, some changes were made in the federal guidelines. And so we had to make the decision whether we were going to start a new building project, knowing we were going to have to make cuts and concessions along the way in the quality of that project. That's my viewpoint on it. That was the decision we had to make. Either go with, try to make it work within the budget, or resubmit for the proper budget to do a proper project with the requirements that we need for a nursing care building.
So in the big picture of things, we started out with a $100 million project, 3565. Is that fair? Originally, we looked at this. And now, how much of that federal 65 million have we used and committed so far?
Well, phase 1 has been completed. Phase 2 was converted into the $36.6 million project. Phase 3 for remodeling the administration building was completely canceled from my understanding. I wasn't there, it wasn't my decision.
No, I'm not saying, I just want to try to follow them up here.
Okay. And now we're working on, phase 4 was a 60-bed submittal that was changed to a 72-bed submittal, and that's the one we're currently working on to try to make sure that the design and the budget is all right when we're going forward, to make sure that we have the correct budget amount and are meeting all the federal guidelines for the requirements for that building.
Okay, so we probably used that about roughly 85 million of the original 60 million, give or take. Then the current projects are all being funded with side jobs until they're approved.
Yes, and the project that we're working on now that I said we're going to delay and resubmit is we have the state matching funds for that project.
I think we do that up front, and then hopefully we get it.
Okay. And yes, Senator, and it's helpful to have those state matching funds because of the federal submission guidelines don't necessarily match up with the legislative session, so to have the state matching funds available is very helpful.
So I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from, is this, I had a great deal of federal money in the pipeline, because for whatever many reasons, it's not like we walked away from the money, but we may have left it on the table in order to, because of decisions that were made, projects that were combined, projects that were canceled, things that were redoing. We're starting over in the queue now. Is that fair? So, yeah.
I only want to speak about the project that I've been involved in and the decisions that I've made and why I need to make those.
Sure, I understand. We can ask those gentlemen come here. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Norquist.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. I'd like to, first of all, just get your initial reaction to the testimony that you heard prior to coming in here today, in light of the fact that you're now the commandant of the Iowa Veterans Home. Are you alarmed by the fact that it appears that OPM began work without a contractor going through the RFP process, so that we have DCI, which are the project managers, construction project managers, that appear to have been hired without an RFP process?
I will only say that since I've been the commandant at the Iowa Veterans Home, what I know is we paid us a fee to help us manage those construction projects. I wasn't there when what was testified earlier about transpired. We pay a fee to DAS to manage projects.
Well, let's talk about the fee. What is the fee? What is the fee cover for project management?
What do you mean?
What services are covered for that fee that you pay?
That's the construction. I certainly am not a construction expert, and wouldn't know how to manage a construction project. So part of the fee that we pay to DAS goes for managing those construction projects.
So the fee that you pay each month is just a line item in your budget that gets paid and passed through, and in terms of who's doing the work, or the construction management, or the architectural work, that is not passing through your senior management team or being discussed in your senior management team?
Well, I can certainly provide you the documents as far as payments that we're making and who those are going to. I can certainly provide you that.
Yeah, I'm interested in how your senior management team is interacting with the construction management team on the ground.
The project manager for the current project for the South Tower is my finance division administrator, who has started at the Veterans Home the same day I did, last May. They interact with DAS. Of course, I do have some interaction with DAS if there's a question on a project that I need to answer. We talk to DCI is on the ground. We do talk to them if there are things on the project we need to talk about.
But no regular meetings or scheduled meetings, construction update meetings?
There are regular construction update meetings. For the design process that we just went through, we had very regular meetings that included representatives from DAS and TCI.
And who was there from your senior management?
Well, it depended on the topic we were talking about for design. We tried to get a lot of folks from our interdisciplinary teams involved, to make sure our nursing staff was involved, to make sure our maintenance people are involved, our facility managers, to talk about our plumbers, our electricians, the people that need to be part of managing that building. So from the senior management team, I was at some of the meetings, our other division administrators were at some of the meetings.
Who's your finance person?
Steve Brawl. Our finance division works with all. You've heard about the information that needs to be sent to the federal government as far as the 424s, which is the budget for the project, updating, any updating that needs to be done to the federal government. Our finance division handles that.
So that I understand what you're saying to me, you rely heavily on DAS for their professionalism and expertise and executing contracts with vendors that are doing the architectural design work for these facilities, as well as the construction management. That your kind of division and delineated authority stops at the area of paying the bill and these construction meetings where you get updates and bring in various managers from various disciplines, correct?
Our role in the construction meetings is to provide information on the programming and the services that we provide to our residents, to make sure that they understand how the building or the facility is going to be used, and the day-to-day services that we provide to our residents. So we're there to provide that to the folks that are designing the building.
That seems like a drastic difference between, Greg Wright's level of involvement as the business manager and how you handle the construction management under your bailiwick. I see a major shift has occurred, and in your mind, you were relying on DAS for their professionalism, for their expertise, for their ability to carry out the construction management. But prior to you coming on board, it appears that the senior management team was very active in directing the construction management at the facility. Based on the testimony you heard today, would you agree with that?
Well, all I can speak about how my senior leadership team is working now, when we're looking at design processes and how we want our facility to, a new facility, if we're needing to build a new building, how that building needs to function in order to provide the service and care for our residents. So that's what we bring to the table, to a construction meeting, the programming and the care environment that we want to have designed for our residents. And yes, we rely on DAS for the construction management piece of that.
It's my understanding the federal government had, highlighted phase one of the project in some of their periodicals that they sent around to other VAs in the country for best practices. That this was the model they wanted to move towards, independent living or more community, individual-based living with private rooms and really the smaller kitchens, and inviting the quads up to tour these. I toured phase one of the facilities, so I'm very familiar with it. I'm also the chair of infrastructure, so from a state perspective, you kind of like to know where the money's going. So My question to you is, you indicated that the feds changed their direction, and I missed the memo.
The phase one, the Fox and Ulrey buildings are 15-bed households.
Yep.
The concept of the household, which is the more home-like environment. Now they are telling us, and in this process, they're telling us they prefer 10 to 12 person households with a kitchen in each one of those households. And when you start providing the smaller household and adding kitchens, the square footage started going up, and the cost of the project was going up, and we just decided at this point we needed to stop and relook and then resubmit based on these guidelines.
Who decided?
I did,
Alone?
with my senior leadership team. We had a deadline for the federal government to either go forward and try to meet the budget for the original project, or decide to withdraw and resubmit.
Wasn't the legislature a partner in the project with yourself?
Well, certainly we have the state matching money.
Well, what are we? Clients or the decision makers? I mean, do we have a right to know that you're sending letters off to Washington and turning back money and changing the plans unilaterally? I mean, is that appropriate as a legislator to know those things?
Certainly, and I'll be glad to forward that information to Senator McCoy.
It's my understanding you last issued a letter this May, which basically stated to the feds what your intentions were. At what point does the legislature have a right to know these things? I mean, just purely from the perspective of, are we a partner or not?
You certainly are, Senator.
What about Veterans Affairs? Are they a partner in this process?
The Iowa Department of Veterans Affairs, or the federal?
The Veterans Affairs Committee in the legislature.
Certainly, Senator, yes.
And were they notified of your decision?
I notified the Iowa Commission of Veterans Affairs. I did notify them.
But not
They have
no one from the legislature.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, that I find that disappointing. I'm also disappointed I'm disappointed in the fact that, as a commandant who's been on the job now for 8 months, that you're not alarmed about how the testimonies today about how DCI and OPM were hired and what their role in the process is, and whether that was a competitive bidding situation. That's all handled by DAS in your mind, even though you're the project owner.
I wasn't at the Iowa Veterans Home at the time, Senator.
But you're there now, and these are folks you're working with. And obviously, we went through a lot of costs. We heard this morning, $5 million in the design of phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 4 was stopped short, but these were bid-ready plans. So that means they could go out and get the bids, the hard bids from a construction dollar standpoint. That is critical money that this legislature appropriated for purposes of building this $100 million project. And you come here today and say, well, we just unilaterally changed our mind and we're going a different direction, and we sent a letter to the feds and we don't have to tell the legislature anything. And I'm sitting here saying, where's the accountability for the $5 million that we just sunk in design plans? I mean, do we expect the taxpayers to just pick up the tab for a complete new revision of all these plans? I mean, that hardly seems fair.
I'm only speaking about the one building, Senator, that I've been involved in. I understand your concern, and I certainly will commit to you that we follow all the correct processes at the Iowa Veterans Home. I know you heard some concern about processes before. I will commit that we are following the correct processes as outlined by the federal government.
So how much money have you spent on redesign of state dollars?
I don't think we know yet what for the design on this building, but that design money is not lost. That design, that building that we have designed will be resubmitting.
For what building are you referring to?
The previous phase 4 that you've been talking about today.
Yes.
Was replaced with which was a 60-bed, as well as the DAC building renovated to residential care. That was changed previously not by me and replaced with a submission for a 72-bed CLC.
Correct.
We received notice that we would have conditional funding for that building. We worked with DAS on the design process for that building, and in the process learned that there were some additional federal guidelines that were going to put us above the initial budget. We could have probably made the budget work with the initial budget dollar amount, but we would have had to make a lot of concessions in the size of the resident room, the finishes in the building, all of those types of things that, as I said earlier, I'm not a construction manager, but it didn't make a lot of sense to start a project knowing that you were pretty much already over budget and would have to make cuts all along the way in that budget. So I made the decision to delay that project, to withdraw from that current project, get the design and the budget correct, and resubmit. And because they are replacement beds and not new beds, not additional beds, they're replacement beds because we're renovating, we should still fall fairly high on the priority list for the federal government.
So how are you saying we did not repay for the design work? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. You said the design work is not lost. So Shimmer's design work is not lost, but it is lost, isn't it?
Well, I'm only speaking about the design work that we just recently did on this building.
Okay, so the work that Shimmer did is in fact lost.
Well, if they did design work for phase 2, 3, and 4 that were replaced with different projects, phase 2 was has been replaced with the Malloy building and DAC Malloy building renovation, which we're in the process of right now.
I just think it's really important that we had a master plan, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. We had an approval from the feds to move forward on it. We were in a 65-35 split between the state and the feds. That's what the legislature approved. What we're getting today is I liken this to being a carnival, and I'm on the midway, and somebody's putting a marble under a cup and moving the cups at the same time. and we're supposed to follow where that marble is going. And that's how I define your department and the Iowa Veterans Home. It is hide the marble. And I'm frightened that you don't have better answers for this committee about what you're doing at the Iowa Veterans Home today. Because I believe that we have jeopardized our federal funding. I believe to the tune of $1 million we've jeopardized our federal funding. Now, you may have some assurances or some feelings that because these are replacement beds, we're going to get the money back. I don't have that feeling as chair of the infrastructure committee. And that's not what I approve. And my question for you is, with respect to the money that has been diverted or reprogrammed, is the infrastructure committee going to get that back? I mean, we've invested a total of $18.6 million, 6.5 that the state invested, and 12 million that we said would be covered by the feds for the purpose of the entrance and welcome center. Is that money coming back to the legislature? Can I spend that money at University of Iowa or Iowa State on their critical infrastructure needs? Where's that money? It's been appropriated.
Senator, I didn't make the changes to the master plan. The changes I made were to the change that was made to phase 4. So I made a change to the change.
General, you're in charge. You're in charge. You're in charge enough today to come before this legislature and say you unilaterally made a change in the plan. You can tell me where the money went and whether the legislature's going to get it back, can't you?
I'm not sure I understand your specific question, Senator.
Okay. So the legislature, group of appropriators, they funded money for a specific project which they believe they were funding. And I know, as a legislator, you know how important that trust is. That money went out for specific projects, and changes were made without legislative approval, without legislative oversight, without legislative advice. And my question is, where you made changes, what happens to those dollars that were appropriated? In most cases, we're talking about bonding issues.
Well, I wasn't there, but it's my understanding that phase 2 was replaced with the current project.
And who approved that from the legislatures?
I wasn't at the Iowa Veterans Home, Senator.
Nobody. The answer is nobody. And that's the tragedy here today. And that's why we're here today. Because we've got a bunch of bureaucrats making decisions, unelected, unaccountable, and they are breaking the law. They are misusing state funds. They are awarding bids to people without oversight. They're approving contracts without signatures. It's a rat's nest. It's a rat's nest. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that your answers weren't better today.
Just a short statement. I think you've answered my question by now. The thing that I'm having a tough time wrapping my arms around is the fact we had a $100 million project. It was approved from top to bottom. Money's in the pipeline. Why would the Federal Veterans Administration change their mind on the kitchens and the number of people in the middle of the street after they've already awarded the money, and we put up the 35% for it, and we never heard about it. And I'm not pointing fingers at you, I'm just having a tough time wrapping my arms around that. Why would this thing change in the middle of the street when they've already funded $100 million? Or, you know, the 65 million dollar match. And that leaves me puzzled. Not your fault, I mean, these are the directives that you got, these are the directives you got, why didn't they tell us? It's a huge amount of taxpayer money tied up in this, both from the federal level and the state level, and at the end of the day, I think our veterans got shortchanged. Got shortchanged a 72 bed facility, and nobody seems to know who ordered that. Why? When that funding stream was already in the pipeline. I've worked with federal projects my whole life, with the city government and county government, and I know that once you work through your architects and they've got your documents signed, and these are pages thick, inches thick of documents. Once those are signed and approved by Washington, that money's on the way. And so I'm puzzled by that. So.
Can I make a
Sure.
comment on that? Just to make a little clarification, there's an initial submission, and then you receive some conditional approval based on submission of I believe it's 35% design plan. So I would have a question as to at what point and how should we best inform the legislature. I certainly am open to that conversation and would like to certainly work with you if it's the Veterans Affairs Committee, if it's the Oversight Committee, if it's the Infrastructure Committee. At what point in the process, if we're going to need to make a change based on guidelines we're getting, I certainly would be more than willing to work with you on that. As to how that process would work, there are a lot of very definite timelines in the process.
Senator Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Thomas, for appearing here. I know this is a little unfair to put you on the spot, as we've only been there a few months, but I guess that's the way the game goes. You heard the testimony this morning about what happened with phase one, change orders, at least a couple $1 million added to the project, delays, didn't get done on time and so on. And my thought is, listening to all that testimony and listening to the discussion here, don't you have some responsibility to the taxpayer to make sure these projects are done on time, within budget, and that you minimize the change orders so that you don't have these kinds of overruns? Isn't that also a responsibility you have?
Yes, Senator, and that's why I think I've already explained why we made the difficult decision to delay on this current project, because we knew that we weren't going to be able to do a quality project within the budget that was initially submitted a couple of years ago.
Okay, and despite the misgivings, I guess, that have been expressed, or the worries about down the road, realistically, is there any realistic chance that your new proposal would not be approved by the federal government? In fact, aren't you making sure that you do comply with federal guidelines so they will be approved?
Well, we certainly are working with our federal partners on the requirements. When they fund 65% of the project, they certainly do tell us what they would like that project to look like. And so the household home-like atmosphere is definitely a priority for the federal government in the in either renovation or new construction for projects at nursing homes.
And this new requirement, you mentioned going from, I believe you said 15 beds per household down to 10 or 12. And that wasn't something that just came up for Iowa for this project. As I got it, what you said, isn't that a national requirement that they came up with? Am I right about that?
It's a guideline that they informed us of in a telephone conference call that we had with them during the process of this design, to make sure that we were on the right path with what we were designing. The phase one, the Fox and Olney buildings are 15-person households, and the federal government would like to move to smaller households from that, with kitchens in each household. So as I said, that added some square footage to our project and made it difficult for us to be able to accomplish that with the dollar amount budget that was with the initial submission a couple of years previously.
And would it make any sense? I'm puzzled. Would it make any sense at all to just ignore that and go with the old proposal just because it's an old proposal and it's been around a while? Or I don't get the criticism of making a change if you're changing to comply with federal requirements. Wouldn't that be almost irresponsible for you to try to insist on the old guidelines rather than adapting to the new requirements of the federal government? I don't know why you wouldn't comply with their requirements. As you say, they're providing 2/3 of the cost.
Well, we believe that a new submission will meet both of the federal guidelines and the budget requirements that we are required to meet. We're not prepared to make that new submission yet, and so I don't have any more details about that today.
And also, just to conclude here, in listening to what you said, aren't you going to end up with pretty much the same beds and the same, or maybe even more, than you would have, than they would have under the initial provision from several years ago? Aren't you going to end up with pretty much that same kind of facilities for these veterans, at least comparable? I'm sure it's not going to be exactly the same, but when you're done, isn't it going to be a pretty nice project?
When we have completed the DAC and Malloy building renovations to all private rooms and this additional 60-bed facility, we should be at 509 beds, I believe.
And what would have been under the old proposal? Or maybe not, maybe you don't have that.
I'd have to add that up. I think it's probably a similar number.
Yeah.
Probably close.
All right. So we're going to end up pretty much the way we would with less money, less cost. Is that correct? Or not?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
But you're going to make it work given the amount of money you've got to work with.
We're committed to the initial vision, which is a private room for every one of our residents, because that really is important, especially with that private shower. And so we're committed to moving forward with that vision. Yes.
Well, I think that's important that people understand that we're going to end up with, at least in the ballpark, of the same sort of thing. It's not like all of a sudden you just dropped the ball and decided not to proceed or anything like that. Proceeding, but in a more efficient manner and making sure we comply with the federal government requirements. At least that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here, commenting on. You mentioned that if we had proceeded with the original proposal, that we would have had to make concessions because of the changes in requirements that the feds had imposed. What exactly are those concessions? Can you walk us through some of those? Would we have to build fewer units because we wouldn't have had enough money budgeted or allocated to build out what we originally wanted to build, or what exactly are these concessions?
Thank you, Senator. I want to be sure now that we're clear on, I'm only talking about the change that was made to the change. The initial phase 4 was a 60-bed, which was replaced with the 72-bed CLC. So from the master plan, phase 4 was the 60-bed, and then there was a change to the 72-bed. The change we're making is back to a 60-bed nursing care building. And so, I don't want you to think it's concessions to the whole project. It's only on this building, because when you start a project and know that you don't have quite enough budget, there will have to be concessions. And and it could have been any number of things, but I just believed it wasn't a good way to go forward, knowing we weren't going to have the budget for the project. Concessions would have been things like the size of the resident room, or the types of finishes. In a nursing home, you want to make sure that you have the right kind of floor, the right kind of walls, the right kind of furniture, so that you can keep everything clean. So I just had enough concerns about that we decided we should delay and resubmit.
Do you know how much additional money the legislature would potentially have had to allocate in order to proceed with the full original project? Given the new guidelines, how much additional money that would have cost?
I don't have that information, Senator.
Thank you. Could you show us on a map, the legislature had approved, looks like a new pavilion, number 2, the nursing home, and the pavilion 1, which are done, that's phase 1. But pavilion number 2 did not happen, correct?
That was the initial phase 4.
No, phase 2
Oh.
is this, that's phase
Okay, phase 2, that's right. That was the initial phase 2 60-bed. Then that was, and that's on the west side of the campus. I want to make sure it's the same one we're talking about. Okay. That was the initial 60-bed that was changed to a 72-bed. We are looking at not
a 72-bed, but not here, correct?
We are looking at placing it somewhere else on our campus, because there are issues. So now we're talking about the change that was made to the change. We have the 2 buildings that were built in phase 1. We're trying to make sure that we learn lessons from those buildings that are a distance from the rest of our main facility. We have a lot of centralized services, like our chapel, our library, our dining hall, our therapies and open gym area. We have a lot of that in a centralized area. And so as you build buildings that are farther away from that centralized campus, it takes a lot of staff or volunteer time to move residents to those central services. So part of the design we're looking at for this building is to put it closer to the rest of our central services. So that's part of what we're looking at in the design, just to put that closer.
Okay. So if we go back to the picture, so we got the orange buildings here. You eliminated the one that the legislature had approved that was going to go to that firm in Red Oak. phase 3. That's no longer part of the plan.
That's my understanding. I wasn't there when the decision was made.
Okay. And then the red buildings up here that are Pavilion 3, which was originally phase 4. Did those occur? Did you get those?
Phase 4, that is what was replaced with the 72-bed facility.
Well, you just told me this one over here was replaced with the 72-bed facility we're still working on. Are you saying that it was a different 72?
For the location was placed over there. It's hard to compare what used to be and what is
We
now.
have phase 1. I know phase 3 that the legislature approved is not going to happen. One that we had an Iowa company project still, that is gone. Malloy and DAC were not part of the color drawing here, but we had Pavilion 3 and Pavilion 2. Are Iowa veterans getting new buildings, or are you just renovating existing buildings?
The DAC and Malloy are renovations. And I certainly would invite any of you to come see the new renovation.
And then that replaced phase 2?
That replaced phase 2.
Okay. DAC and Malloy are phase 2. And then instead of getting the 2 additional pavilions, you're still working on trying to just get 1.
That will be, yes, the 72 bed that we are asking a 60 bed. But part of something we haven't talked about yet is the phase 4 was to renovate DAC as the residential care facility. That's our Heinz Hall. So that plan was changed, and so I think Pavilion 4 that you're looking at on the map is where our Heinz Hall currently is. That's our residential care facility.
You're going to renovate Heinz Hall?
No. We will be at some point bringing forward a plan about our residential care facility. Our senior leadership team isn't ready to present that to the legislature yet. But our residential care facility, there are 105 residents in Heinz Hall, which is our residential care facility. Part of this initial master plan was to renovate the DAC building into residential care. But the DAC building is being renovated into nursing care.
So all of these changes were made at the Veterans Home without input from the legislature after we had approved this plan.
I wasn't there. It sounds, you're telling me that you weren't notified.
Well, you know, I keep going back through how many times we've asked what the status is of our federal funding that we had approved several years ago, and to try and get a straight answer of what has changed. I mean, I'm still looking at this color-coded picture trying to figure out what do we have for the amount of money that the state has invested.
I certainly will provide you a printout, Senator, as to anything that you want related to funds over the years. I have a great staff that can find that information as far as what you want for information.
Well, the last phase that you have told the federal government that you want to take out and reapply for, where is that going? Is that the yellow buildings over here? Is that where it's going?
That's the one where that was the submission a couple of years ago, but as I said, we're trying to learn some lessons from buildings that are a little bit too far away from our central services, and so we're looking at placing that building somewhere closer.
Okay. I wrote to the federal government last Monday because I was just confused as to what have we received in federal dollars, because aren't we getting on a time crunch here with the dollars that you receive from the state? They need to be, the bonding, correct? We're getting close to a deadline here.
I believe fiscal year 2017, I believe.
We're getting closer.
I would like to verify that with you though.
I thought it was 20. Well, so I wrote and asked where we stand. It says the state was notified grant funds were available in December of 2013 for FY 14 funding, and that the federal government requested that we complete the grant by July of this year. But they were informed that we plan to reduce the number of beds, and again later we're going to select a new site for the facility and change the facility design. So it's not necessarily the federal guidelines, it's for changing this, now you're changing the game plan where we're even putting this facility, correct?
In the process of the design, we're looking at where else to put it on the campus so that it's closer to the rest of our centralized services. Part of the problem with putting a building on the west side of the campus is that road that goes along there is our major delivery road. And so we certainly don't want residents going back and forth on a road that is a major delivery road. And so that's why we're looking at a different location, in addition to it being closer to our centralized services.
So it is not the federal government that is causing you to withdraw. It is your own design team that is making changes to the location, and that is what's holding up our ability to apply for federal dollars, correct?
No, changing the location wouldn't cause necessarily the square footage to go up for the project. However, the additional kitchens in the households or the smaller size households caused us to decide that we didn't believe we could do it within the initial budget that was submitted a couple of years ago.
And the initial design for pavilion number 3, which was originally phase 4, did pavilion number 3 ever get built?
Is that the one in the north? No.
Is that where you're moving the, is that where these will be moved to for the next submission?
No, we're looking at keeping it closer, possibly on the east side of the Sheeler building, so that it's connected to the rest of our main facility.
But bottom line is, we're not ready to go. It's not the feds that are holding it up, it's the state not ready to go. With plans to be ready for July of this year.
Well, the additional kitchens in the households and the smaller sized households, we're certainly that's add square footage to the project.
So will OPM be retained to once again design yet another revision, letter of opinion?
Well, we don't know that we're going to need to redesign it. We believe possibly the design we have with an increased budget. That's the problem. The design that we have, and then to put in the kitchens, the additional kitchens, would have caused more square footage and pushed us over budget.
And the original phase 4 plan had called for 60 beds, and you're going back down to 60 beds under your new plan.
Yes, so phase 4 was 60, then it was changed to 72, and we're changing it back to 60.
And when you notified the federal government that the state was withdrawing, did you notify the governor's office to let them know that, or to ask them? That's a pretty big decision. Is that one that you made without notification of anybody?
I did notify the governor's office, yes.
Who in the governor's office did you notify?
I believe I notified the chief of staff.
So the governor's office didn't ask you to withdraw. You
No.
alerted them that that was your plan.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, I prefer to call it delay.
Understand that. Senator McCoy.
Thanks. I have a follow-up question, and then referring to an email, recent email, May 30th, 2014, in preparation for this committee. This was communication between Diana Steiner, your Finance Bureau Chief, and Dave Hugan, our Legislative Service Bureau staff. And it asked a question, was Iowa able to take advantage of all federal funds that were available for the master plan? And the question is, no, federal matching funds will not be available for phases 2 through 4 of the projects. So, which is it? Are we going to be eligible for federal funds or not eligible? Because as I read this memo from Service Bureau, which you were copied on, and Diana Steiner, you're not eligible for 2 through 4 federal funds.
Well, phase 2 was changed to the DAC Malloy renovation, which we're in the process of now.
Okay.
So obviously we're eligible for those federal funds. Phase 3, as you said, was withdrawn, deleted on the administration building. And phase 4, which is replaced with the 72 bed, and then we've changed to withdraw right now and resubmit. So certainly you don't draw federal funds, but the state portion of the funds cover the design process. But when we resubmit and then receive conditional approval, then the process starts. I guess I'm not sure of your question. So yes,
I'm reading the answer that your staff supplied the legislature with. Was Iowa able to take advantage of all federal matching funds that were available for the master plan? And the answer, the response from Diana was no. Federal matching funds will not be available for phases 2 through 4 of the project and the 72-bed project, since the projects were withdrawn. Those costs will be 100% state funds.
okay, on the original master plan. This was for the original master plan, but some of those phases were converted to other projects.
Oh, you know, I'm really trying to follow you. I'm really trying hard, and I'm totally serious. This is really important. I mean,
I agree, Senator.
when your staff is saying that we're not eligible for phases 2 through 4, they must have been talking about the original phases 2 through 4, not the new revised 2 through 4 phases, right?
I believe so, because it says master plan. The phases 2 through 4, I'm certain are referring to that original master plan.
But then she says, those costs will be 100% state funds for the new phases.
But phase 2 was converted to the DAC and Malloy renovation. So we are eligible for the state, or for the federal funds, and are drawing those down now because we're in the process of that project.
Right.
Phase 3, it's my understanding, which was the new main entrance and the Sheeler building remodeled for administration. It's my understanding that won't happen. So, and I can provide you a spreadsheet of each of those phases for the costs that were incurred. I certainly can do that.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting ready for this meeting, and what we were trying to do is understand how much state money was going into this, how much federal money was going into it. You showed up today and you said there was a new communication from the feds, and they changed the policy from using 12 to 15 home residents to 10 to 12, and that changed everything. And that to me, I've never seen that communication. I want to see that communication from the feds, because that's news to me. I've toured the home phase 1, and I've seen the kitchens, I've seen the setups, and I don't see how changing from 15 to 12 changes the universe so much that, yeah, it drives up square footage, you said, because maybe we have to add another kitchen, but let's get an idea of whether was that a hard and fast rule? The Fed said we won't fund any more than 12. Otherwise, you got to change your master plan. And because it was my understanding, the Feds took your project and highlighted it nationally among their own periodicals for their peer groups and veterans homes across America and said this is best practice. So my question is, if we would have stayed with 15 and didn't redesign everything and spend $2 million redesigning everything, would the Feds have approved and paid for our expansion? That's my question. If we would have stayed with 15.
Okay, so the federal government is paying for the renovation of the DAC and Malloy buildings.
Yeah, but that isn't going to look anything like what we had with phase 1. We're talking about night and day differences between phase 1 and where we are today with the DAC building. We're talking about traditional nursing home versus home service.
It wasn't just the number of residents in the household and the additional kitchens in every household. Part of the problem is that the initial change to the 72-bed CLC was submitted a couple of years ago. And so costs have increased, and we just weren't able to do it within the budget and provide a quality project.
Okay, but my question was, if we would have said to the Feds, we're going to go forward and build our 15-unit family infrastructure with the kitchen and private bathrooms for all the residents, would we have been denied the federal match?
I don't think I want to speculate on that, Senator.
Well, I don't think I want to believe that they would have made that change so dramatically after highlighting this was one of their best-in-class models for how to deliver services for vets homes to all your peer groups. So my question is, did anyone ask the question? Gee, I see you moved it from 15 to 12. does that mean we have to redesign our whole plan? Because we've got all this investment. I mean, that would have been what I would have asked to the feds. I mean, did anybody ask that question? Or did we just go redesign a new plan?
I don't remember all the conversations, Senator. It was a conference call we were having with our partners at the federal government.
I know, but it just really scares me that we slosh money around this way. I mean, I don't think this is what the taxpayers had in mind when they elected us and put us in decision-making capacity. So, once again, I'm just really disappointed. And I would encourage you to go back and reread this memo, or this email, and take a look at it. It was sent on May 20th of this year, because I think it is just very confusing and contradictory. And I have very little confidence that we're doing the right thing here for our veterans, for our state, for our tax dollars.
I just have a follow-up question, Senator McCoy. The changes that you said, were those changes federal guidelines, or were they actual federal requirements?
They were guidelines that were given to us in a conference call.
Okay, so they were guidelines. They were not federal requirements.
That's the way I understand it, but I really would like to get back to you on that.
Are there further questions? Okay, thank you very much for your time. Our next guest is Doug Lilly, the former Chief Operating Officer of DAS. Thank you for being here today. We're having each person who testifies take out the agencies or that will appreciate it.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Oversight Committee. Could you just, we have a new member of our Oversight Committee here today too, Senator Schneider. So could you just briefly give us a little bit of background about yourself, how long you were employed at DAS, what your job title was, and also if you'd like to make an opening statement, or make an opening statement as well.
Long good afternoon. My name is Doug Woodley. I was employed as the Chief Operating Officer at the Department of Administrative Services General Service Enterprise for approximately 3 years, just a little over 3 years. And I don't have any opening statements.
Could you tell us a little bit about the federal funding, matching money, and the work with the Veterans Home and how that process was in play with state funds?
Yes, I've certainly been a part of efforts at the Veterans Home, but I'm not familiar with the federal funding, nor am I familiar with the matching or how those processes work. So I don't have a lot to add or to contribute to that topic. I'm not very familiar with the federal funding process.
Who at DAS was responsible for helping with the construction projects and securing those federal dollars? Who was working with the federal government on the original phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and then the changes that were made in that project?
I'm not certain who in particular would have been working on the project. with the federal funding and with the general services enterprise that I was involved with, was always fully integrated with helping with the construction projects. I assume, only an assumption, there are finance staff within DAS who are working with the Veterans Home staff on the federal portion, but I was not involved with how the federal contributions work.
Were you involved in the change in direction of the Iowa Veterans Home process as far as the design work?
I began employment in March and quickly learned that the project at the Iowa Veterans Home was behind schedule, I believe, over budget. And there were concerns at the Veterans Home about the quality of work being done. There's also potential litigation due to a delay claim with the general contractor at that site. And so we worked in conjunction with the Veterans Home team to try and bring that project back on track.
So you're referring to phase one?
Correct, I believe so.
And what steps did you take to bring that project back on track?
First thing that I did was made several trips to the Veterans Home in Marshalltown, met with the staff there and learned about some of their concerns with the construction process. From there, I worked with some of our internal staff, and then we hired a consulting group to actually give us their third-party objective evaluation of how the project was proceeding.
What was the name of the consulting group you hired?
The DCI group.
And how did you go about brokering and how did you go about hiring them?
We had used the DCI group on another project that was in question on the Capitol complex, had very favorable results. So if I remember correctly, we utilized their services to go to Marshalltown to get an overall objective evaluation of how that project was proceeding.
Did you hire them through an RFP?
I believe we did. We would have hired them through the state process, whatever that might have been.
Gary Forshe, who testified earlier today, told you instructed him to write a purchase order for DCI.
I don't recall if that's correct or not. I know that we did hire a DCI group, and that we would have put the processes in play to do so.
Do you remember about what month it was that DCI came to the Veterans Home?
I do not.
Talk to us about why we had phase two that was came in a little over budget, or actually it's $1 million over budget, and then we had phase three that we had an intent to award that had come in under budget, and then those projects appear to come to a screeching halt. What transpired during that time, and why did those projects come to a halt?
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with exactly what parts of the projects the phases were. As the chief operating officer, I was involved with many different business units within GSE. So I don't know that I would be able to answer the specifics about those individual projects. I do know that I was involved with trying to understand what the challenges were at Marshalltown and the Veterans Home very early in my tenure at Department of Administrative Services.
Who did you put in charge of the Iowa Veterans Home to be overseeing that work?
From the construction side, it would have been our design and construction professionals. I believe Brian Carr was assigned to that project early on. He began work in, I believe, September of 2011.
Did you have Grant at the facility prior to him becoming a state employee?
I don't recall.
And talk to us about your relationship with Greg Wright and Gary Forshe on the project, and Paul Carlson.
Sure. Greg Wright was the I believe the business manager, the CFO of the Iowa Veterans Home, Mr. Wright, I met a time or two, but I don't recall many interactions with Greg. I know that he was intimately involved in projects and understood the financials, but I didn't have a lot of interaction with Greg.
Gary Forshee?
Gary Forshee was an employee of General Services Enterprise. He worked in the vertical infrastructure area, and certainly we discussed the projects, but I didn't spend a lot of time with Gary.
So Gary was your employee, correct?
No, ma'am. Gary was employed in the area of which I oversaw, General Services, but Gary was not a direct report to. Gary was reporting to, I believe, Paul Carlson at the time.
And so, who at DAS was responsible for the Iowa Veterans Home construction?
The Department of Human Services would have been responsible for the construction. And I believe that before the reorganization, Gary Forshee was the individual that was assigned to most of those accounts, but I'm not positive.
And then after the reorg, the reduction in force, then Grant Carr took over.
If I remember correctly, yes.
So were all decisions regarding the Veterans Home being made then for Grant Carr?
A majority of them would have been. I certainly would have been involved with some of those, but most of the construction-based decisions, if I remember correctly, then went to the area which held the responsibility.
So I mean, this was a pretty significant project we had going on at the Iowa Veterans Home. Are you saying that you put Grant Carr in place and Gary Forshee worked there a number of years with the reduction in force? He was no longer there, and Grant was calling the shots with DCI group?
The DCI group gave us an initial opinion of what they believed were the concerns on the project, mainly dealing with means and methods and the standard of care and some of those basic construction elements. As General Services Enterprise, we work closely with our business partners internally, and those business partners are the agency at hand. So as the Department of Corrections or the Iowa Veterans Home or Department of Human Services, whatever the department we're doing work for. So we certainly work hand in hand with them to meet their needs. They establish their business needs, and we just help them accomplish them. That's what GSC's purpose is.
And we've talked about this before, but the Iowa Veterans Home redesign work and the one-page RFP. Who was responsible for putting together that RFP that OPM ended up receiving work?
I worked on that particular RFP with Paul Carlson and Ryan Lamb.
It was not a typical RFP, it's a page long, didn't even name the site that the company would be working on. Explain to us why it was such an unusual looking RFP.
If I remember correctly, we were notified by the Iowa Veterans Home there was a looming deadline to be met for federal funding. And there was a need to have design documents presented to Washington, D.C. to the federal agency by a particular timeline, which I believe was a mid-August timeline. We were under a real tight deadline. So we're trying to meet their needs. If I remember correctly, it was 3 years ago. If I remember correctly, we issued the RFP and received a large number of responses.
And who judged the responses, or who made the hiring decisions? Who was part of that when had the firms come in and wanted to?
Yeah, if I recall, prior to my departure from DAS, there was this initial response, I believe, 7 design professional firms. From those 7, it was narrowed to 3 that were interviewed. The interview team was myself, Brian Rand, and Paul Carlson. And from that interview team, OPM was awarded the contract.
Did any of you have a conflict of interest or any prior relationship with OPM?
To my knowledge, no, other than a business relationship as we would have had with likely every firm that responded.
And why was Gary Forshee not part of the process? He had been after the veterans home for an extensive amount of time with that more knowledge. You've got your legal counsel here working on it, and I believe Paul Carlson has no technical experience as far as design work, is that correct?
Paul was involved in the project from an administrator standpoint for a number of years. And so we certainly rely on Paul's expertise, understanding the project. And then Gary was a direct report to Paul, so any insight that we would have needed from Gary would come from Paul.
Why was the site not mentioned? Why were there typical things on an RFP not included in this RFP?
Yeah, I'm not aware, I don't recall that.
You're no longer with the state.
That is correct.
Is your departure from state government, is there any relationship with the project in the Iowa Veterans Home?
No, ma'am.
Senator McCoy.
Thanks for being here, Doug. Why did you resign your position with the state of Iowa?
I chose to resign for other opportunities.
Are you currently employed outside of the state government today?
I'm currently not working.
Were you asked to resign?
I made a decision to resign from DAS.
Was the decision quit or be fired?
I made the decision to resign from DAS.
Was the decision quit or be fired?
My decision was for my best interest to resign from the Department of Administrative Services.
You were relieved, I mean, you're the number 2 guy in the state of Iowa. You were relieved of your duties immediately. Your resignation went out at 4 o'clock on a Monday and you were gone. That's unusual. It's fair for this oversight committee to ask that question.
Yeah, I chose to resign my position and felt that it was best that my resignation was accepted immediately.
Would you agree that's unusual when the number 1 guy is gone at the time and you're the number 2 guy, you're suddenly out the door?
I think every resignation has unique circumstances, and I don't know that it's unusual for my position to be relieved immediately.
I believe this committee has the right to know if the reasons why you left state government involved any of the areas that we're probing right now with respect to, or have been probing as an oversight committee. Can you share that at least?
So I can tell you without question from my standpoint that my resignation was not in relation to anything that the Senate Oversight Committee is currently exploring.
Should we be?
I'm sorry.
Is it involve something we should be exploring?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
When we last spoke, we talked about RFP 211-335248, and I want to share that RFP. I understand you didn't recall, so I'm going to pass this down. That's an actual copy of the RFP, and last time I was talking to you about that RFP, I got stopped right about the point where you identified that as something that you'd actually drafted. Do you put out a lot of RFPs?
No, typically not.
Typically on an RFP, what kind of process or what kind of timeline is provided especially when you're talking about a $25 million project? What typically do you normally see for a timeline for people to respond to RFPs?
If I remember correctly, the scope of the project wasn't readily identified. We were trying to meet a federal deadline at the time that this was issued. And so we were trying to provide the design expertise and services to get us to that deadline.
Did you know who you wanted to hire when you put that out?
No, sir.
So why wouldn't you name the project the Iowa Veterans Home?
As I told your colleague, I'm not aware why the project was not listed.
But can you think of any other RFPs that we release in state government where we don't name a project, especially given the scope of what we're trying to do here? I mean, how do you know whether you're getting the right expertise is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, I'm not certain of that, sir.
Well, you know, I've been around government for 22 years, and I've never seen an RFP like that. I can tell you that more than raised my eyebrow, and more than raised my suspicion about what's going on here. And it didn't feel right to me. So let me ask you this question. Is it typical that Paul Carlson and Ryan Lamb, the attorney for the Department of Administrative Services, and you would serve as a 3-member selection committee on a project like this?
We've all had extensive experience with construction matters, and we all 3 understood what the needs of the Iowa Veterans Home were. And we were under a very short timeline and with a quick approaching deadline, and so that was our decision, also knowing that there was a reorganization likely going to take place in design and construction. So we were trying to best serve the needs of the Iowa veterans.
And so this 5-day RFP goes out, and it's due back in on July 5th. Did you have other responders to this RFP?
If I remember correctly from the file, Senator McCoy, there was 7 responses.
You know, I have no idea how they responded based on what was required of them, because they didn't know what they were responding to other than, you know, this is our firm, this is who we are, this is what we do. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you know, here's an idea. One of the responders shared with us in an email, below attached is the RFP, which provides, we found on the state website on July 6th, their most recent indefinite quantities contract with the state of Iowa had expired June 30th, and we assumed the RFP was for renewal of IDQ contracts given the general nature. We responded accordingly, and I've attached a response. We met with DAS personnel to discuss the proposal on July 19th, whereupon the $25 million Marshalltown project was brought to our attention and discussed specifically. At the end of the meeting, we turned down the project, unable to meet the required schedule. And that came in from Brooks, Ward, and Skiles. So they were one of your groups, but they had no idea what they were walking into. They had no idea what was going to be required of them. To me, how do you get your best talent if that's the kind of RFP? I mean, you know, I guess, you know, from the perspective of, you want to put out a quality RFP to get the very best talent. You want to have it out there long enough that it matters. And I understand timelines get crunched, and I understand that you know, you were concerned about the federal contract timeline. But you know, given what you put out, I don't see how you could honestly tell this committee that was a fair representation of a quality RFP process. Any comment?
No, sir.
Okay. So we have testimony today that OPN began work for the state of Iowa without a contract. Is that true?
I believe that is true.
Is that something we do in state government?
No, typically that's not a best practice.
I would venture to say it may be even illegal to start a contractor without a contract. I never heard of it occurring anywhere else. What funds were used to pay OTN?
I'm not certain. I believe it would have been project funds from the Iowa Veterans Home, but particular funds I'm not aware of.
Well, they would have been IJOB funds that the legislature appropriated through the iJobs project. So this group DCI emerges onto the screen. DCI, not the Department of Criminal Investigation, but DCI, project management firm. Where did they come from?
They're a firm of individuals that have construction experience that help serve owners with projects.
Have they been in business long?
I'm not certain when they were established.
Were you part of the decision to hire them?
I was part of the decision to hire them at the time, yes.
And what did you look at when you tried to size up their expertise about whether they were bringing their expertise to the job that you're about to create a turnover? It's really a big project.
Sure, we look at the same things we would look at with any organization, as their expertise, their abilities, and their bandwidth, meaning their ability to serve us at the time. They had performed very, very well on an initial project that they had helped us review.
What did they do up at the state? You mentioned the state Capitol complex. What did they do up here?
There was a potential lawsuit or potential litigation around an addition to the heating and cooling plant, and there was a precast wall structure, and there were some challenges with that precast, and there have been some looming and unsolved issues there that when I began my employment with the state, they were a bit of a concern. So we asked the DCI group to help us evaluate what the situation was and how we should respond as the state of Iowa.
And so I assume that as a contractor, they went through the pre-qualification process and did all of the right things from the perspective of showing who they were, what they were involved in.
Yeah, I don't remember the particulars. I just remember that we needed their assistance and that they were procured to do so.
I saw a reference to the DCI group, and do you have that date of incorporation? We'll wait for the official document, but I believe that the date they're saying is March 4th of 2011, they incorporated as a business.
Okay.
Would that surprise you?
I'm not aware of when their incorporation was.
So when Senator Peterson asked you about whether this group was qualified, and as they go through the qualification process, or normal qualification process, and you believe they did, they did incorporate March 4th. I've got their official incorporation document here. I guess we were in essence bringing them in to troubleshoot what we believe were problems at the Iowa Veterans Home. And I want to feel comfortable about the decision you made to hire this group of people. So help me out. What went into this decision? They had obviously looked at a heating and cooling issue on the complex. I thought we had a Baker Group that managed the Capitol complex. Was Baker Group employed at the time this potential litigation was going on?
No, I don't believe so. And just to be clear, sir, they did not look at a heating and cooling issue. They looked at an issue of the heating and cooling plant, but it was a structural issue with precast wall structures. It was a building issue, not a heating and cooling issue, just to be clear.
Okay.
So, you asked about their length of incorporation. I know that the individuals within that organization have a tremendous amount of expertise, and that's what they were hired for, was their individual expertise, both individually and collaboratively within their organization. So if they were a young company at the time, that certainly could be, but it doesn't mean that they didn't have the right expertise. They served the state very well in their capacity.
So were you and Ryan Lamb and Paul Carlson part of the selection criteria, selection team for this group?
I don't recall exactly who was a part of that from a staffing basis. I just recall that we had challenges in Marshalltown at the Iowa Veterans Home, and we wanted to try to address them because they were so far behind schedule and over budget with potential looming litigation.
Okay, but make me feel comfortable as an appropriator. Do you know what we paid these guys?
I'm not aware, no, sir.
Can you make a guess?
No, sir, I would not like to do that.
I hope they paid this. I mean, I hope they served the state well, because we paid them over $2 million. So for a startup young company that you can't remember how we hired, and that's a concern, Mr. Wood. That's a very big concern. I would like to think that if I hired a group that is going to do $2 million worth of business for the state, that I'd be able to tell you what their pedigree was and what the process was for selecting them and why I'm proud of the selection that I made. Just like OPN, I'm concerned that we've paid them millions and millions of dollars, and it appears that came in on a shoddy RFP that didn't identify the location of the project or the amount of funding, and essentially started working without a contract. I just don't think that's the way we should be doing business as a state, and I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble with your responses.
Senator McCoy, we didn't hire the DCI group or OPN for a multi-million-dollar contract. We hired them to perform tasks individually up front. And if they performed those tasks well, and then other tasks were needed, other jobs were needed, they were likely continued on in their capacity, but that's not what we hired them for originally. We didn't know where it was going. We were just trying to get our arms around it.
We brought them in the door, but we kept feeding the dog every day. So the point I'm making is that's how you end up with a pet. I mean, ultimately, you have an RFP process and you have a qualified bidder process because you want the most highest level of competition in the marketplace to bring somebody in and stack them up against their peers and then make a decision based upon whether you can hire. If you bring them on under the lowest bar for a major project and you continue to throw them work, you freeze out other competitors that have something to offer. I guess that's the point I was trying to make.
And respectfully, sir, I think that your reference to them being a pet and the reference to throwing them work is highly inaccurate.
How so?
Because I believe that they came in to do a task that they were hired to do. They showed their expertise. They served the state well. And if they continue to do so by getting future work, then that was something that they deserved, like many organizations that do work for the state.
And I'd say that's fine if we're talking about private business, but we're talking about state government. And I thought we were based upon, trying to competitively bid projects.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe in competitive bidding?
Absolutely.
What is your philosophy of competitive bidding?
Finding the best resource at the lowest possible price.
And how do you do that if nobody knows the work is available?
7 people responded. We're tying in multiple things here into your comments, Mr. McCoy. The 7 individuals responded to the initial RFP where the work was ultimately awarded to OPN. 7 responded.
But they had no idea what they were responding to. That's what my point is. And it was a 5-day RFP process. That isn't competitive.
if there were questions to be asked, they could have asked particular questions about the job, but 7 responded and 3 were interviewed. Concerning DCI group's hiring, they were hired to help us in a situation where we really needed some insight as to what the situation of our project was. I just want to be clear that referring to some of our business partners as pets or the fact that we throw them work just simply isn't true. I think that's an unfortunate reference.
I apologize. That I was simply trying to say that that if you use a minimum criteria to bring somebody in and you throw them work and they get it done and you're approving it, that it shuts out other competition in the competitive bidding marketplace that really have a right to bid on this public work.
Our work has always been bids for. When necessary by law, our work is always bid. All folks that perform work for us are evaluated as to their competence and their performance. And if they're not performing well, then we go a different direction with who's being hired.
So let's move on. From my perspective, what I want to know is, in terms of the Veterans Home, when Brant Carr was hired, what was his role?
Hired with the Department of Administrative Services?
Hired to. It's my understanding he was at the Veterans Home even before he was hired. I don't know why, but he went up and did a tour of the Veterans Home and looked at where he would be working in terms of the project, trying to get a scope of the project. He was told that was going to be one of the projects that he managed. What was his title?
Brent was hired as an EO3 position, I believe, within the Design and Construction Resources Bureau.
And where did he come from?
Brent was previously employed with the Whites Group.
And who recommended him?
Brent came highly recommended. He interviewed well. I had worked with him on a previous project and knew him professionally, but he was a very reputable construction professional within the Des Moines market.
Okay. And at the Veterans Home, what was his responsibility?
His responsibility would have been to collaborate with the senior leadership of the Iowa Veterans Home and deliver the projects that they need to meet the needs of Iowa veterans.
And how is that different from what DCI was asked to do?
Brant would have been assigned multiple accounts. He would have had relationships with multiple agencies. I believe at the time that they started, there were approximately 125 projects in play around the state with a value of over $425 million. And so the intent was for Brant to work with those, but to rely on business partners, private organizations to assist in meeting the needs of our clients.
So there were three members of three folks that oversaw this portfolio.
They oversaw the portfolio from a GSC perspective. That gave us the scalability we needed to rely heavily on our independent construction managers.
And how many project managers out there were we hiring? Like DCI and paying $2 million.
I believe that we hired 7 construction management firms initially.
And they were all assigned to a different project. So DCI was just focused on the veterans.
No, sir. Those 7 staff collaborated with our 3 internal staff to meet the needs of our statewide portfolio. So they all had different assignments based upon multiple factors.
Okay. But how many groups like DCI were out working in the field?
We hired 6 in addition to DCI when we hired construction management firms.
And so 6 additional firms like DCI doing construction management work?
On a statewide basis, yes.
Okay. And And when we calculated the cost savings of letting go professional A&E staff with respect to the firms that we were hiring, did we calculate all of those costs into the cost factor?
We would have speculated as to what our cost would have been, not knowing. But we took that into account. We also took into account reduction in change order. Another topic that doesn't get a lot of discussion in this committee is the quality of projects that we deliver and the ability of our projects to serve taxpayers of Iowa for many, many years without a lot of maintenance expense.
Well, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that this is a committee that has been pretty focused on, we've been pretty focused on what happened at the Iowa Veterans Home and trying to understand who the different players were and what the different changes were. And we've spent a good part of the morning trying to understand what version of the master plan we were referring to and how much federal money we were actually turning back to the feds. And it's been a real mess. It's been a real mess. And so, quite frankly, the focus I think we wanted to stay focused on was OPM hired in a competitive bidding situation?
Yes.
And that is your answer. Was DCI hired in a competitive bidding situation?
DCI was hired for an initial assessment of the facility, which by state law did not require a competitive bid.
I'm not sure about that.
That was my understanding.
Okay. And that's the legal counsel you've been given on that issue.
I've been given no legal counsel. I'm just working off of my recollection from 3 years ago.
Okay. Well, we've paid him $2 million, so, I would argue that that's probably a contract that I would like to see competitive.
We did not hire them for a $2 million contract. I just want to make sure that's clear because that seems to be those two things seem to be getting drugged together in your commentary, sir.
I know that we brought them in under the threshold and we continue to give more up to $2 million. So is that best practice?
They were part of the competitive bidding process to be one of our final number of 6, which I believe are now 7 construction managers. So we don't believe that we did anything inappropriately.
Okay. All right. Well, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just so I'm clear, is DCI one of the 7 project managers that you were referring to a while ago? Or they are one?
They are, yes.
Okay, so they would have worked on a number of projects, assuming this $2 million is correct, that would have been from a lot of different jobs, not just veterans.
I'm not familiar with the finances, Senator, but I believe that your statement is accurate. They've been assigned to multiple jobs, I believe.
And the same would be true of these other project managers, different ones of them work on different jobs. When a job comes up, one of these project managers works with EAS on that project.
Yes, one of the advantages to the construction management system that we implemented was scalability, and that is that if we would have a set number of staff employed as state employees, their ability to respond to our fluctuating number of jobs and complexity of jobs was always greatly challenged, as well as the professional training and development of that staff was always very difficult. So we rely on our private business partners to help us with the scalability and the expertise.
And as I recall from prior hearings, they in essence took the place of general contractors in these construction projects, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We issued into a methodology of multiple primes, which would mean that instead of one general contractor controlling the job, that we would have multiple contractors, specialty contractors performing the work.
Subcontractors, in other words.
Specialty contractors, yes.
Similar to,
They'd all be working within their subject matter expertise.
but
And then we would,
they would be, at least in my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, they would be more in the nature of subcontractors than general contractors.
yes, they were not general contractors.
Yeah. Now, can you tell us about the cost to the taxpayers of hiring these project managers versus hiring general contractors?
Yeah, I don't have any of the information in front of me, Senator, but there's been significant cost savings and overall quality enhancement of projects since the implementation of this new methodology.
And what about the change orders? Was there a difference there under the old system with the general contractors and so on as compared to your new system?
Two significant differences were a significant reduction in the number of change orders and a significant reduction in legal exposure of potential litigation due to project problems. Since the implementation of the new process, there's been no legal, at least upon my departure at DAS, there was no legal exposure that I was aware of in any of the projects that we've undertaken under the new methodology.
All right, and can you give us some flavor, I know you don't have the numbers right in front of you, some flavor of the savings over the last, 3 years now, or 3.5, to the taxpayers under the new system as compared to the old system?
I know it's been millions and millions of dollars, but I don't have any particular information in front of me, but I'm sure that the Department of Administrative Services would be happy to respond to any of that they have not already.
All right. Now, getting over to the veterans' home situation, what was it that you were working on? What was the problem that you were working on there?
When I first started work at the Department of Administrative Services, I was told that we had significant challenges at the veterans' home with the construction projects that were on the way. I was told that we were exceeding our budget, and I was told that we were between 10 and 12 months over schedule, meaning behind the schedule, which was going to impact the ability for veterans to receive appropriate care. So our job one, and the veterans home was one of our many clients, one of our many agency clients, but job one for the veterans home was to try and understand what the challenges were. We didn't seem to internally have a very good handle on what those challenges were, and so we sought the advice of professionals to assist us with an objective opinion.
And did you find issues with change orders there?
We found significant issues with change orders, and we found a potentially very significant lawsuit a legal exposure that was very concerning.
Were there actual lawsuits or potential lawsuits?
Potential lawsuits through claims through the construction process. The general contractor that was on that job had made it very clear that they had, in their opinion, been greatly impacted by the project, and that there was going to be costs that they were going to need to recover. I don't remember the exact number that was discussed initially, but it was a high number.
So they were telling you there are going to be cost overruns and demanding that they be compensated for the cost overruns.
Yes, sir. And we were still 10 to 12 months behind schedule in the project, so we were afraid that as the project neared completion and had a year to 2 years left, that legal exposure would only be increased many, many times.
And tell us briefly then what you did in response to that. What did you and the others that were working on that problem, what was it you did and why?
Our first responsibility was to understand truly what was happening there. And so we received both written and verbal reports of what the overall situation was. We got a more concise understanding of what at that time it was a delay claim from the general contractor, meaning a delay in the project was costing them money over what they believed they had originally bid. So we got a very firm handle on what the delay claim was, and we identified measures to get the project back on schedule.
Now, that was what has been referred to during the day here as phase one, is that correct, of the work up there?
I believe so. I'm not, again, Senator, I didn't work real closely with all of those projects. Our new methodology took place September 1, and so the staff that were working directly with those construction projects then took over most of the responsibility in conjunction with the staff at the Iowa Veterans Home. So I can't say that I was intimately close to it on a daily basis or even a weekly basis.
And just to be clear, the bids and the work orders and the contracts and everything for the phase one were all under the old system of general contractors as opposed to your new system of project managers, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Were you involved then with the decisions on how to proceed with phase 2, 3, and 4?
I certainly had some high-level discussions with senior leadership at the Iowa Veterans Home and with my staff. However, most generally, the construction staff within general services worked directly with the agency leadership, so I wasn't highly involved with those decisions. I would have known through some basic monthly or quarterly reporting that those were happening. If there were challenges in the process, leadership from the agency would contact me, but I wasn't intimate with the daily details. It wasn't the scope of my responsibility.
Okay, so you were not involved then in making the decision to terminate those agreements and revise the projects and so on. That wasn't something you worked on, or was it?
At that time, we realized that with the methodology and with some of the firms providing services, that we were having some challenges, and so I was certainly a part of the decision with some of those firms to not proceed with them in the future because of challenges we were having both at the Veterans Home but also on some other state projects.
Were you involved enough to be able to tell us about the results of the new arrangement for I'm not going to call it phase 2 because it isn't phase 2, but the projects that went forward in addition to the phase 1 projects? Were you involved in those projects?
My involvement after we met the federal deadline in August of, I believe, 2011, that we discussed with Senator McCoy, my involvement after that time started to diminish because we had on-site staff, and that became their responsibility.
So, do you have knowledge then, I don't know if you do or not, but I'd like to know, do you have knowledge of what happened with these new projects in terms of change orders and being within their budgets and so on? Do you have knowledge on that or not?
My understanding, if I remember correctly, was that the projects were going smoothly. The insight that I received from leadership at the Iowa Veterans Home was that these projects were meeting their needs and that we had the right staff in the right places to help them accomplish their goals. I believe that the number of change orders were greatly decreased. The reporting that I received indicated that the quality of work had increased, and I believe that our exposure to potential litigation had been diminished.
Do you have specific information on the amount or the percentage of change orders under phase 1 as compared to phase 2?
No, sir, I do not have that information, but okay. Certainly the Department of Administrative Services does.
Yeah, okay. All right. I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodley, for coming. I just have a couple of follow-up questions myself. You mentioned that when DCI group was brought in to do an assessment of the existing project, the then existing project at the Iowa Veterans Home, they produced an opinion, a formal opinion.
They did. I believe they produced a written opinion, but they also kept us briefed verbally during their initial insight and during their findings.
To your knowledge, is that opinion public information?
If it was published, it certainly would be. I know that our construction staff would be able to speak directly to what they had found.
You also, let's see, moving on to the RFP that ultimately was awarded to OPM. You mentioned there were approximately 7 respondents to the RFP, correct?
If I remember correctly, yes, sir.
And one of the questions as to whether or not the RFP was specific enough to give the respondents enough information to know what they were bidding on. You mentioned that, and again, you just reiterated there were approximately 7 who responded. Were any of those responses thrown out because they just did not appear to be responsive to what was being asked of them at all?
I don't recall, Senator. I do recall that after a review of the initial responses, the 3 firms that seemed to be the best fit for the project were interviewed personally.
When you were interviewing those 3 firms, were any of those 3 eliminated because it didn't appear as though they really knew what they were bidding on, or they weren't being responsive to the bid?
I don't recall in particular. It seems as though there may have been one of those 3 firms that didn't believe that they had the ability at the time to meet our needs, and it could have been expertise or staffing. But again, I don't recall specifically.
Did they understand the needs, in your opinion, when they submitted their bid, or did your needs only become apparent to them during the interview process once they asked clarifying questions?
Yeah, I'm not certain of that.
And you mentioned that several people would have had, I can't remember if you said several people within DAS or the interview team or wherever would have had some kind of business relationship with one of the respondents or multiple respondents to an RFP. Can you elaborate on what a business relationship means?
Business relationship is probably an acquaintance in the local market that performs in whatever their arena or skill set might be. And so in a metropolitan area, in a region like Des Moines, in the construction field, you typically know many of the players. And so that may have been the case with some of those firms. If a construction company or a firm or designer would come to do an interview, there's a strong likelihood that, for myself as an example, there's a strong likelihood that I may know 50 or 60 or 70% of the individuals that come through the door just from working in this market for a number of years.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Just short. When his initial action began, who informed you that there were all kinds of challenges over there? So that we were informed that there were.
At the Iowa Veterans Home?
Yes.
Yes, that would have come from the Iowa Veterans Home staff.
Specifically.
Typically, when we work with different agencies or internal business partners, our relationship is heavily based upon the leadership of that organization or site. Typically, the person that is serving as their CFO or their business officer, and then some of the senior leaders of different areas. So I know in the Iowa Veterans Home, we rely heavily on the finance staff. We would rely heavily upon the staff that lead the nursing area. We would rely on the staff that lead the maintenance area, as well as the commandant.
Did this come through the commandant, or did they individually call you up and say, hey, there's trouble?
Most of my relationships initially were visiting with the commandant. I know as soon as we had our a construction area established, and those relationships started budding with some of the internal subject matter experts at Iowa Veterans Home.
Could you give me just just an example of what a challenge might be to the companies that were there to cause them to be behind schedule?
Yeah, there's part of the complexity of a job of that nature is that there are different perspectives. Some perspectives are from the individuals that are performing the work, and some of the perspectives are from us as the owner. The state of Iowa as the owner. I don't want to speak for any of the other individuals involved. My recollection is, generally speaking, is that the general contractor believed that there had been, throughout the process, there have been some changes in leadership at the Iowa Veterans Home, which may have led to some changes in vision for the infrastructure, for the facilities, and that they may not have always gotten the decisions that they needed to move forward, and that was causing the project to be behind schedule. That was from a contractor standpoint. I believe, and that's just generally speaking, I don't want to try to represent anyone. Thank you.
I want to go back and just review, after the OPM design, after that, August 15th, resale to the federal government, then you stepped away from the Iowa Veterans Home. And you left it in the hands of DCI Group and Grant Carr, is that correct? Who was overseeing the Iowa Veteran, like who was DAS's main point persons for the Iowa Veterans Home?
If I remember correctly, after we met that initial deadline, then there was a review process and a review time for the Federal Veterans Administration to review all submittals and make their decisions. And so from that time until things reconvened after that project actually was accepted, I was not heavily involved with the day-to-day operations or construction interaction with the Iowa Veterans Home. Starting on September, I believe it was Grant Carr that was assigned as to one of his assignments was the Iowa Veterans Home, and so he would have taken the lead in working with their staff. I would have been notified on the progress, and I would have been alerted if there was any concerns either from our side or from the Iowa Veterans Home.
And who got once the federal government approved the project, who got the construction contract?
The construction contract, I believe, would have been multiple prime contracts and not one contract, if I remember correctly, but I'm not aware.
And when the design was redone, who made the decisions to get rid of phase 3 and change the way to phase 2 and phase 4? Was that DAS's decision?
I don't recall that in particular, ma'am, but I do know that most of the business case decisions are relied upon to be made by the agency. They're the experts, and we just help them in their building and infrastructure needs.
You're the expert.
Thank you for coming to testify today.
Thank you.
Our next person is Grant Carr. Thank you for joining us today. Each person that comes before the committee take an oath, and Deb from the Legislative Services Agency will give you that oath, and then you're welcome to make any opening comments in there at your discretion if you'd like to make opening comments.
Okay. Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that, or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
if you wish to make opening comments, you just hit the big button on your microphone and that will turn your mic on. And if you use your mic during your testimony, that's how we're able to record today's meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Brian Carr. I work for the Department of Administrative Services. I worked for that department from September 1st of 2011 until May 29th of this year. At this time, I have a brief memo that I'd like to hand out, which is some cursory information for the group. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have a new member on our panel today, Mr. Schneider. What was your job title at there, and are you currently employed by the state of Iowa?
I'm not currently employed by the state of Iowa. At the time, my job title was administrator for the Design and Construction Resources Bureau.
And who originally recruited you for the Department of Administrative Services?
Doug Woodley did.
Doug Woodley. And for the committee, what was your role at the Iowa Veterans Home?
Initially, as a reorganization took place, I came on as just to kind of oversee that project, finish up phase 1, as that was currently ongoing at the time, and then subsequently the project of the DAC and Illinois remodel.
And when did you first visited the Iowa Veterans Home? Was that before your official employment or after?
It was after.
After your initial employment with the state of Iowa. Who did you report to in the relationship to your work after that?
Did I report to at the Department of Administrative Services?
Yes.
Doug Woodley was my supervisor.
And who trained you and aided you in your transition to the job?
Doug Woodley did.
And did you complete any of the paperwork that went to the state or the federal feds for the project reimbursement relating to the veterans?
Did I complete any paperwork that went to the federal?
Yes, for their reimbursement for funding of any kind.
That went to the federal VA? No, I didn't complete the paperwork. I did provide information that went to it, though.
And who was the team that usually put that together?
The group that I worked with initially was Greg Wright was the CFO at the Veterans Home, who put that information together. That's who we really worked for. That was our point of contact for that.
And did you receive any of the billing for the OPM reimbursements?
Yes.
And did those, and when did you start getting billing from OPM? You kind of recall when they came on?
I probably started receiving billings in April of 2012 for their services.
So we know that they were employed before that time. So they were doing this gratis then, you think? Or?
No, and no. And I think both OPN and the state worked to get their terms of their agreement straightened out, and that did take some time.
Can you tell us about that a little bit? Why that happened, or how that happened?
Yeah, the department took on a new form of agreement called a consensus doc agreement. And that form of agreement was newer to this area, but had been used across the country. And the implementation of that, as you introduce a new form of agreement that a firm isn't familiar with, it does take a little bit for them to negotiate the terms and conditions of that. So both parties kind of entered into the relationship knowing that we needed to negotiate the exact terms and conditions of that.
And did you know anything about the RFP process for the hiring of OPM at all?
No, that happened prior to my employment.
And okay, so as we went into the design and process, we paid Shimmer for the completion of specs and plans for phase 1, correct? And were we also then billed by OPM for that same service?
No.
In phase 1, how about 2, 3,
No.
With under OPM, the claim was made that that the documents were being, contracts were being refused for bids for 2, 3, 4, 2 and 3. Why did that happen, in your opinion?
Well, again, it happened prior to my employment, but my understanding, phase 3 wasn't bid, phase 2 was, but it was over budget when it came in. And if you refer to the memo that was handed out, on the back side of that, it does talk about the bids being over budget for phase 2 of the veterans home. It kind of illustrates out the bids that were received and the amount that they were over the budget. So from the initial estimate that was there, this project was significantly over budget. So the highlights of it is basically the lowest bid was 18.5 million, puts it over 3.1 over budget.
And so, what was the directive that followed that? Was bids were rejected and they were rebid then?
No, phase 2 was not rebid.
So it was essentially done.
But that's my understanding.
Okay, on phase 3 then, the bids came in within budget, and there was a notice of intent to award Oakview Construction of Red Oaks. Why do you think that was rescinded?
I don't know. I guess I'm not aware phase 3 was even bid and Oakview was low.
We've got a letter here from Mike Carroll, letter to the Fed, says that phase 1 had many construction changes, design changes, and additional claims. Can you confirm that at all? Were the spreadsheets for phase 1 that way over budget?
Yeah, I think if you refer maybe to the front page of that memo that I just handed out as well, kind of outlines phase 1, and just kind of as a comparison snapshot, we'll just jump down to the DAC and the Lloyd remodel and some other projects. So as you can just kind of see the financial information, and you just look at phase 1 itself, total amount there is almost 41 million at about 2.6 million in changes, which equates to a 6.3%, 6.39% change order. So as you go down through, it just kind of gives the total of all that, and in aggregate, phase 1 and all of its related components had a change order percentage of 9.51%, which is extremely high.
And we heard testimony today too that, well, could you give us an example of why there would be change orders? Why would there be some?
I think from any project, there could be change orders. An owner could initiate a change. There could be some scope gaps in the project documents. The designer might not have included everything that needed by code. So there's just things that are needed in the project, and delays. The contractor could be requesting for those as well.
That seemed to be where weather could cause change orders.
Weather could.
So within a project of this size, you would consider perhaps that to be excessive, or just we've had so many owners and so many changes that probably going to happen. Different directors came in, so many different people were involved with it.
Yeah, I would think from a project that was bid, like phase 1 was, just taking that one alone, and 6.4% is extremely high.
Anything else that you could tell us today about this project that will be helpful to the committee on the project technology?
Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions that you have. I'd be happy to answer any others that the committee has.
Senator Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on your chart here, you're showing a total of 9.51% change orders for project one, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that's pretty excessive and pretty high.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at table 2 here, can you explain to us what table 2 is?
Yeah, table 2 is just kind of a comparison of the current projects that are ongoing. And that takes into consideration the DAC Malloy remodel and the Transportation Building and Community Living Center. In comparison, I'll jump back up to table 1 just for reference. So phase 1 project is a new construction project, open field, new building. Table 2, the majority of that DAC Malloy remodel, that project is a remodel in an existing building. So what we would anticipate is more unforeseen conditions that could drive a change order percentage up. And what we've seen under a different management model and different processes, those are extremely lower, as well as hiring a different designer.
Am I reading this correctly? The total change orders is 1.83% under your new system?
1.83% on the new system and on a remodel project, yes, sir.
And that compares to 9.51 under the old system.
Correct.
And if we had had the same experience with these later projects as we had under the earlier system, what would it have cost the taxpayers?
I think if you flip over to the back page again at the top, it does a summary, kind of given the facts of the 9.51, kind of takes that times, multiplies that by the construction, and takes the difference between the two. So overall, there would be a cost savings in the construction process of $2.8 million.
All right. So by the work that you and the others that we've heard from here did, just on the change orders alone, we saved over $2.8 million.
That's correct, and not to mention that the current DAC Malloy project is on schedule, where the phase 1 was 9 months behind schedule.
All right. Well, I guess that's all. Thank you very much. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Who prepared this for you, or did you prepare this yourself?
I did not. The department prepared it.
Who in the department prepared this?
I believe Julie Sturt in our finance area put these numbers together.
Senator.
Just to follow up on my question.
Sure.
Under the new management model, then who bears more exposure, the state or the county?
I would say the state bears the same amount of exposure in either process. Either under a single prime GC or if you bid it out to multiple trade contractors, it's still the same project. But what we do have is we're going direct to those trade contractors themselves. So in my opinion, the state is in a much better position than it would be in if it relied on a single prime general contractor.
So how would that affect change orders then?
By involving a construction manager early, Because under phase one, we had a single prime general contractor. So that general contractor doesn't come on board until after the bid process happens. So you have the owner's representatives and the architect putting plans and specifications together that then go out to bid, and then the competition's over, right? So you now have a single prime general contractor who has no real vested interest in the state or the owner. So what they're there is to find all the loopholes that are in the drawings and then take advantage of them. In the other process, we involve the construction manager early, and we work through those issues in the planning process. So the drawings that go out to bid are more bulletproof, if you will, so that there's less loopholes for those contractors to find.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Talk us about who was making decisions on the design changes at the Veterans Home, and who was responsible for working on the paperwork after on that information that would be submitted to the feds once Greg Wright was not a part of the process anymore.
So your question is who from the Veterans Home submitted the paperwork to the federal VA?
If I understood correctly, the Veterans Home said that they were relying on DAS to help with all of their construction needs.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out who is responsible for Iowa Veteran Home construction projects, making sure things are done and following the right guidelines.
And I just want to make sure I understand your question correctly, because there's two parts that you had in there. The first part, I believe you were asking about who submitted paperwork to the federal VA. And that communication with the federal VA happened at the Veterans Home itself. So the internal staff at the Veterans Home communicated with the federal VA. We help supply information, working collaboratively with them for that. I think the second part of your question is who then supported their construction efforts, if I understood that correctly. Is that right? And that would be the Department of Administrative Services, supported them in their construction efforts.
And who then DAS assigned being in charge of the Veterans Home construction process?
On phase one?
On all of it.
On all of it.
And right now, who at DAS is advising them today?
So today it would be Charlie Cross. She would be working with them directly from the department standpoint. Going backwards, I was there for a few months, and prior to me was Gary Forshee and Chuck Reich.
So were you a part of the decision for them to decide to pull their, I guess it would be, I'm not sure if the grant would be the right terminology, but their application for federal funding for the, I believe it's now called the CLC?
I was not, no, because I'm not aware of what was being pulled on the community, on the CLC, meaning the Community Living Center.
So they moved forward, and then late last month they decided not to move forward. Would that be a decision that Charlie Cross would have recommended with that, or who at DAS?
Yeah, Charlie would have been involved in the process, but really that comes down to a Veterans Home decision on what projects that they want to undertake and what they want to go.
But Charlie would be aware of what types of changes being made by the federal government as far as the ComNet had told us that the federal guidelines were changing and that they thought that they needed to withdraw their plan and consider resubmitting. But Charlie would be aware of the design changes. She'd be the person responsible at DAS for establishing the design of the piece of the
She would be overseeing that process, yes.
And who is Charlie's supervisor?
Right now it's Paul Carlson.
And who was it before Paul Carlson?
Paul Carlson.
Talk to us a little bit about what's transpired at the department, the culture of the department since Director Carroll left and Doug Woodley left. Are there changes going on at the department?
Yeah, I think anytime that you have folks in those type of positions, yes, changes do occur.
And how are things restructured with Doug Burley's departure?
Paul Carlson and Kelly Green were put in as an interim over different areas of what Doug oversaw.
And you have resigned from the state.
Yes.
Could you talk to us about why you made a decision to resign?
Yeah. There were really two parts of that. The first part, I had a company approach me about an opportunity in the private sector. And as we continued our conversations, they were a good company. I was intrigued by the opportunity. The second part of that is I was really feeling led strongly by God that this is where I needed to be. And as a Christian, my job is to follow Him. And so I accepted that offer.
Would you be willing to share with me where you taking?
Henning Construction.
Pardon?
Henning Construction.
Were you ever in your role at DAS asked to do anything that you felt uncomfortable with as far as procurement or contracts?
No.
Yeah. Senator Mueller.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up here. I'd like to ask you about them. On your table 2 here, on your sheet, we're showing projects totaling $37 million. Would the state have received federal matching funds on those projects?
Yes.
That would be the same ratio, about 2 to 1?
Yep, 65% federal funds.
Yeah, okay, so overall here, just looking at the map, it looks like the state has roughly, what, $80 million of projects. And we basically would have got matching funds for at least a big bulk of that. That'd
Yes.
be great.
Correct.
So, seemed to be earlier in the afternoon here, the discussion, we were hearing about $100 million projects. And I kind of had the impression that some folks thought that most of that was gone now, that we were nowhere near $100 million. Well, already, according to your figures here, we've got $80 million of that already done, got federal matching funds for it. And General Times has been talking about more projects coming on. So it really wouldn't be accurate to imply that we're losing out on all this federal matching funds out of that $100 million that we might have had under the old system. When we're already at 80, aren't we going to come close to the $100 million under the present circumstance? I don't know what these new projects are going to total up to, but it looks to me like we're in the ballpark. We're not going to lose federal money. Is that a fair statement?
I think by the math, and I'm not sure where the $100 million comes from, but current projects, given the phase 1 and the current DAC Malloy, is right at around $80 million. You're correct, sir.
Yes. Well, somebody had a figure of $100 million.
Okay.
That was a figure that I heard talked about.
Okay.
And so we're really approaching that now, and I'm just trying to, a big point has been made. Oh, we're losing all this federal money. When you look at the math here, just not true. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it seems like we're at 80 million and understanding the federal process, that this is a continuous process.
Yes.
Where you submit for federal matching dollars, correct?
Yes, we got more to go yet, so.
Yep.
really not going to do it today. I just want to make that point because we've heard an awful lot about that, and apparently it's a great exaggeration of the federal and state tourism. Thank you.
Right, thank you for coming in today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our last person for the day is Paul Carlson.
Hello, how are you? Good.
Well, thank you for being here today. Deb from Legislative Services Agency will issue your oath.
Okay.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
We're offering all who come before the committee today an opportunity to make an opening statement, and it's not mandatory, but if you'd like to make an opening statement, you're more than welcome to.
I'm fine. Go ahead.
We'll just get to the questions. We do have a new member of our committee that's joined us, and that's Senator Schneider. So if you would just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, your job title, how long you've been with DAS, the different positions that you've had with state government.
Okay. Essentially, I began my employment in state government.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Okay. I began my employment in state government in 1979. Initially, I worked in the Department of Public Health, then in the Department of Management, then in the Information Technology Department, then in the Department of Administrative Services. So I've been a state employee through 5 administrations.
And today we've been talking about the Iowa Veterans Home and the master plan. Someone to shed some light on this for us. Can you explain what transpired? I know the master plan, the original master plan that Schemmer had developed, got dumped for redesign. Can you explain what transpired and why that happened?
Well, I was involved in the early stages of the master plan. When I worked in the design and construction area. And at that time, I worked for Ray Walton initially in the Fuller administration, and then worked for Doug Woodley in the current Branstad administration. So there were 4 phases of the plan, and phase 1 had to do with renovating Dak and Malloy residence centers, and that plan was executed, and during the course of that execution, it's my understanding that there were delay claims, there were multiple change orders, there were problems with phase 1, and a decision was made to revisit how they provided living quarters to veterans. Phase 2, the bids on phase 2 were issued, and as I understand it, they came in over budget, and then there was a decision to change the direction and the philosophy behind the living units. And I was involved in this essentially through a good part of phase 1, but from phase 1 on, essentially other people were overseeing this.
So who made the decision so basically someone made the decision that they didn't like the living quarter setup in the master plan?
Throughout this process, there were, I believe, 4 different commandants at the vets home. And from the initial commandant, from the first of the 4 through the current, not including commandant, the current commandant, there were changes in direction regarding what to construct and how to construct it. And that was led by different orientations from different coordinates.
So explain to us what transpired in getting the new architect and new design for this project. How did that, who called for that? How did that transpire?
Well, it was my understanding that there was an agreement between Shimmer and the state that the state's contract with Shimmer would be canceled for convenience. The state was taking a new direction, and they wanted to solicit bids for that new direction. And they put a bid on the street, RFP on the street. And, pardon me?
Who is they? Put the bid on the street?
Oh, DAS.
Who did ask?
Okay. The bid was authored by Mr. Woodley. And so the bid was put on the street. There were 9 responses. The responses that came in were sent to me, or excuse me, the responses that came into procurement, as I recall. Procurement logged them in, passed them on to me. I did a general informational piece, the same information for each of the 9 proposals. And those summaries, those informational summaries, were provided to Mr. Woodley and Ryan Lamb, General Counsel. And then a decision was made regarding who to call in for presentations. And there were 3 companies that were called in to present. I believe one of the 3 were Brooks, Borg, Skiles, Design Alliance, and OPM.
And why was it just the 3 of you involved in that RFP versus people from the Iowa Veterans Home or Gary Forshee, people who were more knowledgeable about the Veterans Home and its.
Well, again, my role in this was primarily one of administrative support. So when the solicitations went out, they came in, I did an informational summary and sent them forward. And then a decision was made regarding which 3 to call in for further presentations. I was not involved in that decision.
You've been in state government for a long time. Have you ever seen an RFP that looked like this one before?
Well, it was I understand it was an abbreviated RFP, but also it's my understanding there were time constraints because we had a very aggressive schedule to submit the application to the federal VA for consideration.
And who was dictating that you needed to get it done by on the federal VA time schedule?
Well, as I recall, the requirement was to submit the application by August 15th of 2011. And I think everybody involved in the project was motivated to get the application in on time.
Even at the expense of maybe not following state procedure?
Well, I don't know that state procedures were not followed. The work was published. It was a solicitation. Proposals were received. They were summarized. They were reviewed. A decision was made about who to engage to do the work. I mean, typically that would be the normal process.
What would be the typical amount of time to give micro businesses a chance to see an RFP listed on the system?
Pardon me?
What would be the typical time frame for Iowa companies to have an opportunity to see if there's potential business with the state?
Well, I think the amount of time that was allowed for this was ample. I mean, as evidenced by the fact we had 9 submittals.
So, I believe it was offered right after the 4th of July. was online for about 5 days. You think that's ample time for highway companies?
Well, there was a 48-hour notice to publish it on the TSB website. And then it went to, as I recall, it went to the regular website. And again, there are companies that look at those websites all the time, it's my understanding. And by virtue of the fact that we did have 9 proposals, tells me that we had a sufficient response.
And was OPM allowed to begin work without signing a contract?
I believe that's correct.
And is that typical with DAS to allow companies to
Well,
work for the state without signing a contract?
during this process, there was a change in contract documents from something called AIA to consensus. And so there was a transition period occurring, and the intent was that the contract with OPM be on something called a consensus document. And so they were permitted to begin work, they were working out the details regarding that contract. And that's OPM along with upper management in administrative services. I was not included in that workout process.
And who approved the change in moving the approval from the AI to consensus stop on that?
I believe that was an agency decision, and I believe it was supported by former Director Carroll, General Counsel Ryan Lamb, and Doug Woodley.
And that does not need to go through an administrative rule process, that's just one that the agency made without any official changes to administrative rules?
Right, that does not impact administrative rules. The forms that state agencies, forms and contracts that state agencies use vary all the time.
Was there any discussion about changing the design for the veterans home from the plan that the legislature had already approved? About needing to notify the legislature or get approval on the change in direction after we had appropriated the funds for the initial project?
Again, that is not part of the process that I have any involvement with. My involvement was administrative support, working for Mr. Woodley. So, moving from consensus or from AIA to consensus, interacting with the legislature regarding the change. I don't know if that occurred, but I wouldn't know anyway. That was not part of what I was responsible for.
Explain how the timing of this in conjunction with the reduction in force of the architects and engineers at DAS.
The reduction in force at DAS occurred on September 1st of 2011, and that was toward the end of phase 1 of Veterans Home project.
Did you have concerns about having Great 34 Sheet who had been there and active leaving and bringing someone else in to try and facilitate all of the changes going on?
Well, again, there were problems with the project, and the people responsible for correcting those problems made a decision to bring a company in to assess what was going on with the project and what needed to occur in order to correct it.
Talk to us a little bit about the Veterans Home, the current situation, and the decision made for the Iowa Veterans Home to withdraw Iowa's name from accounting for their CLC project that was made recently.
I don't have knowledge about
Okay.
a current situation.
The current situation, you have no knowledge. Who, is it my understanding that Charlie, who you supervise, Charlie Cross, is responsible for work with the Iowa Veterans Home?
Charlie's currently working with the Veterans Home.
Okay, so with Charlie report to you then?
For construction-related work, she reported to Brant Carr. For other types of work, she reported to me.
Once Brant left DAS, who does she report to now?
On an interim basis, she reports to me.
Okay, so did you have any knowledge that the state was sending a letter to the feds about not moving forward with the CLC and then a couple of weeks ago?
I heard some discussion about that topic, but it was new to me. So I can't, if you're asking me to provide detail regarding that, I don't have that information.
So Charlie Cross reports to you now in your interim, but is she responsible for overseeing all of the construction at the Veterans Home now?
At this point, yes, and as you know, Brant Carr has left DAS, and she was hired to take Brant's position. So she's providing general administrative oversight for all construction projects on a statewide basis, including those at the Veterans Home.
So what is the current setup for all of our state construction projects? How many it seems as though the people that were brought in, the 3 that were brought in to replace the existing have all left. So who's overseeing things now?
Well, right now, Charlie Cross is providing general oversight on a statewide basis, and we're going to be filling some positions to be owners' reps in the field to replace the people that left.
So is Charlie covering every construction contract right now?
Well, she has assistance from other staff. There's a lady by the name of Jennifer Molman who's assisting her, and also we have an administrative assistant by the name of Emily Narayan who's also providing assistance.
Do they have experience? Architects and engineers were the state's oversight on millions and millions of taxpayer dollars.
Right.
Should taxpayers feel confident that we've got proper oversight on all these construction projects going on around the state?
Right now we are, but in very short order, we hope to have those positions filled and owners reps out.
The architects and engineers that were let go on September 1st, will there be an opportunity for any of them to consider coming back or state employee or under DAS if they?
Well, these will be advertised positions, and I presume they'll be permitted to apply just like anybody else.
And will they be at the higher pay scale? That we did the reduction for these positions were higher paid than those that have been working in state around for a number of years.
That I don't have an answer to. That decision is not one that I'll be making.
So, the commandant told us that she relies on DAS to help with construction and all of the decisions that go into that. And I guess I'm concerned here of who is she relying on at DAS?
At this point,
for their process.
Charlie Cross, in conjunction with Jennifer Molman, I'm sure.
And do they handle all financials as well?
Well, DAS Finance handles financials.
Earlier today, we had testimony that as the design phase was changing, that people at the Iowa Veterans Home were instructed by you not to conduct business by email. Could you explain to us why that would be the case?
I don't recall any conversation to that effect. I know personally, if the matter can be handled by a telephone, my preference is to always do that, and I articulate that to people. Pick up the phone and call me. Let's not coddle up the email system. But as far as something that, for me, was a prohibited thing, best of my knowledge, that did not occur.
were members of the Iowa Veterans Home instructed not to refer to the future projects of the Iowa Veterans Home Phase 2, 3, and 4 as Phase 2, 3, and 4, and that they needed to be renamed?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, off and on, there were general conversations about this, that, or the other thing, but as far as a specific directive, I'm not aware of it.
Did you engage in conversation with Combat or Worley about the changes in store at the Department of Administrative Services about your reduction in force of your architects and engineers?
Would you repeat that, please?
Did you engage in a dialogue and discussion with Combat or Worley about the changes that were going to occur at DAS with your reduction in force of your architects and engineers?
Well, I would imagine at some point in time somebody did. I don't recall that I was the person that had that dialogue with the company. I could have. I can't tell you for sure. General conversation would have occurred with a number of our different customers at that time.
And the changes to the design, the shortened RFP, that was done because you had someone tell you that it needed to be done in night order. Who called the shots on the shortened RFP?
Well, let me be clear. We did that because we were under a time crunch to get our application in by November 15th. And so we had a very short time period in order to make that happen. And so if your question is, who was responsible for making all this occur, I think the RFP was authored by Mr. Woodley as indicated on the face of the RFP.
Thanks for being with us today. I was just reviewing this construction at the Iowa Veterans Home sheet that your department put out. And I'm trying to understand exactly what's going on here. And I wondered if you could walk me through these numbers. We could just start with the original project and walk our way down. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so for phase one, the phase one project consisted of about $41 million. And of that amount, according to this, 2.6 of that is a change order related for a variety of reasons.
Right.
And again, I did not assemble this. I'm just going to give you my opinion of what I believe it tries to communicate. Master planning services, $17,000, almost $18,000 was contracted for that. It looks like the manager's residence, that $21,000, I believe that was for demolition of the manager's residence. The physician's residence, the $41,000, I believe that was for demolition of the physician's residence. And there must have been the physician's residence master plan implementation. That's a $4,000 cost related to the master plan. Phases 1 through 4. And project 566107 was master plan implementation for the next 3 phases, and that was at $37,500. And, and these appear to be amounts that were amounts that were paid to Shimmer for work they had done on phases 2, 3, and 4. To get down to a total cost of $43,400,000 and a change order value of $4 million. Is that helpful?
The interesting thing that I'm trying to figure out is where the Shimmer testified this morning that they had billed the state for $5 million for their services for master planning. And then my question is, where is the money coming from? Where is the money coming from to pay OPN? Probably an equal number in terms of value that they provided the state and the services, and I don't see that. I see all the master planning dollars here, but I don't see any money out to OPN.
Well, I'm going to qualify my statement, but how I think this reads, if you look at project number 5675, Dak Malloy remodel, that $33 million at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
I believe that the contract is part of that. The OPN contract's included in that amount.
I wonder why you wouldn't break down the design like you did for phases 2, 3, and 4. Why there isn't like a design breakdown?
Well, Senator, we would be happy to take that as an action item. I did not assemble this. I think I understand it pretty well, but if you would like to have us break it out, we'd be happy to do that.
I don't know who assembled this, but I just know that you're the last Indian standing right now, and so I need your help with this.
Okay.
So, and then in terms of the second phase of the project, the $37 million, my question is, do we know for a fact that we've been approved on all those federal, on the matching funds for all those federal dollars?
I believe
the $37 million.
I believe the answer is yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. So, well, one of the things I'd like to understand is, and I tried to understand this from the Commandant today, and she would have probably benefited from this breakdown. But what I was trying to understand was just how we were categorizing the expenses and where, in fact, we were, in essence, because of our own change order, a very expensive change order, and abandoning the master plan. That was a $5 million change order. So, so to speak, where do we account for that cost? I see in the heading here, had the additional projects at the same rate of change orders as phase 1 and related construction, it would have cost the taxpayers an additional $2.8 million. But I see nothing about the fact that had the state not abandoned their master plan and fired Shimmer and Associates, we would have saved the taxpayers an additional $5 million. So, I mean, two can play this game, and it's meaningless. But the key for me is just trying to understand who really has a grasp on what's going on at the Veterans Home. You heard the Commandant say that she's not a construction manager. She doesn't have the expertise in that area. She relies solely on DAS for their professionalism and their knowledge to carry out these projects. And I guess, having analyzed it, I understand DAS was uncomfortable making those calls, so they hired DCI, which was another firm to come in and do the analysis of what was going on there, and that project eventually grew into a $2 million project, which is accurate. We've spent $2 million with DCI, and then we've spent millions of dollars, and I'm just trying to total the invoices with OPN, for millions of dollars worth of design work or redesign work at the Iowa Veterans Home. And then, you know, I'm listening to Senator Peterson question you about, well, who took, you know, Brandt's place? Well, Charlie took Brandt's place, but, you know, I just supervise at this level. They're at this level. So I guess what I'm wondering is who's watching the money for the taxpayers of the state of Iowa? I mean, who's trying to determine, you know, whether we're getting the best value for our dollars and how many contractors? I mean, we've got DCI, which we brought in, we've got OPN, which we brought in, redesigning, reworking everything. Good grief, people are talking about change orders that we requested on things that were, you know, preferences that the owners had about how things were. I mean, who's talking about all the ants in the till here? I mean, we've got lots of families we're feeding here with this project, and I guess my point is, who's in charge?
Well, for one thing, we have construction managers under contract in the field currently overseeing all the construction projects on a statewide basis. Most, if not all. So we have professional staff in the field making sure that the work is getting done in the manner in which it was intended to get done. Centrally, we have Charlie and her staff, minimal staff at this point, overseeing in general what's going on in the field. Their efforts are supplemented by the construction managers, and in short order, they will be filling staff to function as the owner's reps in the field. So as far as, is anything being missed now? In my opinion, nothing's being missed. I think the taxpayers of the state are being well represented by professional construction managers to see that the work that their taxpayer dollars are being used for is getting accomplished in the manner in which it was intended.
How about competitive bidding? Do you think that we've met the spirit and the intent of competitive bidding with respect to the way that we went out with the RFP process for hiring OPN on this job?
Well, again, we publicized the RFP, 48-hour notice to TSVs. We put it on the street. We had 9 responses. Those responses were summarized in general by me, submitted to Mr. Woodley. A decision was made about who to call in, not part of that process, and a decision was made regarding who should get the nod on the work, not part of that process.
It's interesting to me that the work that was done by Shimmer, they required there was a 40-page RFP that they completed to be selected. There's a team selection criteria. There was a scoring process. They came before a committee of architects and designers and folks that had construction management experience, and they went through an entire process in order to be selected for that level of a bid. And it's astounding to me that, you know, we're sitting here before the committee, and one of our vendors that came into the interview, that got called in for the interview, said we had no idea what we were going in for, and we were shocked to learn that it was a $25 million project. And you're sitting here as a professional who's been around the horn a while, a long while, that you're going to tell me that this was a spirit, you know, the spirit of competitive bidding was followed here, and I just don't believe that. And we may just differ on that, and that's okay. But I don't believe for a second that this was competitively bid. I think this was a cook deal. That's my observation. And I think that bringing in DCI was another cook deal. And I think we spent a lot of money with them. And I think that we ended up spending an additional $5 million that we shouldn't have spent with Shimmer and abandoned the plan. And nowhere is that accounted for in this analysis. And so I just say, You know, we've learned a lot today. We still have a lot more to learn, but we've learned a lot about what really has gone on in the state government. And I got to tell you, I see lots of areas for improvement in terms of legislation. And I think we can start with the opportunity to allow individuals to come in the door using a low threshold criteria and then allow their contracts to morph into multi-million-dollar deals and not having a competitive bidding in the process. So I think it's been a sweet deal, but I think the gate's up and we're gonna watch every nickel from here on.
So I recognize and respect your opinion. Don't think I'm taking it lightly. There's just one difference, one material difference between what occurred early on and what occurred most recently, and that is the aggressive time frame that had to be. In the Shimmer case, where they went through a real elaborate process, they had time to do that. In this case, because of the time crunch, the aggressive time frame, that wasn't possible. That's not going to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of Senator McCoy's comment, this is kind of repetition, but I think it bears repeating. We understand that DCI got $2 million from the state. Are you knowledgeable as to what they were compensated for? In other words, is that $2 million just the Veterans Home Project, or was that a lot of other projects also?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
I can provide it.
All right. My understanding
I'd be happy
is
to provide
that was the total amount they had received, but they did a lot of other work, so it's not fair to attribute the whole $2 million to this project. And another question, I don't know if you can answer this in more than a general way or not, but in trying to compare, well, let's back up. In analyzing what went on here in terms of we had spent X dollars with this Schindler and other folks on work and plans that we didn't use. So we just wasted all that money. Now, can you give us information or an estimate as to whether or not we save money on these projects by changing the process? In other words, doing away, for example, with the general contractors. In other words, is it fair to say that we had already spent X dollars for plans here, and then we terminated the plans, and so that was really wasteful of taxpayers' money? Or by doing that and changing the process, did we save money, maybe even more money, for the taxpayer than if we had just gone ahead and used the old plans? Are you knowledgeable enough on the facts to comment on that?
No, but we can provide a response. One thing that I want to put in perspective, until just recently, in the last couple of weeks, I haven't been involved in this arena at all. So I've been out of this area for the last 3.5 years, and only since Doug Woodward's departure am I now back in on a minimal basis, keeping things together, so to speak, until Mr. Woodward's position is filled. So I can take your request back and would be happy to do that. But as far as me having firsthand knowledge about that, I don't.
But you do understand the point, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
That even though we spent money for plans we didn't use, it could very well be that overall, by changing over, we made a net savings. Okay, and I understand you don't have the numbers in front of you and so on, but just based on, for example, we didn't use general contractors. Well, that's a tremendous savings.
Yes.
So I'm just thinking in terms like that it's probably likely that as a net, we actually saved money even though we didn't use some of the plans that we paid for. Okay, thank you.
So you're saying the state may have saved money, but if I'm looking at the plan that the legislature approved, that we gave the Iowa Veterans Home financial authority for bonding to get federal funds. Phase 1's done. We're not going to get phase 3. The pavilion 2 and pavilion 3 that the veterans thought they were going to get are not happening. And we still don't know what the final design is going to look like, although OPN has been designing away. And now they're going back to 60 beds, which was in the initial design that taxpayers had paid for under Schimmer.
Well, we paid for the plans, we didn't pay for the 60 beds.
Yeah, exactly. We paid for the design plans and they changed it. Were the adamant changes in, like, we've got to change the design, does this have anything to do with the executive order to get rid of PLAs to make sure that the state was not going to have any lawsuit on their hands?
I don't have, to the best of my knowledge, those were independent decisions. The phase 2, as I recall, was $2.5 million over budget, and that was the reason why it was canceled.
Although, I think we heard earlier today that Schimmer could have made adjustments to the design so that we could have kept moving forward.
I'm not knowledgeable about that.
Are there other questions from committee members? Okay, thank you for your testimony. I want to thank the committee members for a long day of oversight hearings. Had several things come to our attention that were obviously our oversight is not working well enough, and we need to make some changes. The legislature is not being full of what's going on as far as some of the appropriations, significant appropriations that we've given to the Iowa Veterans Home. We need to spend some time digesting the information we received and see what kind of follow-up information that we might like to get. Our next meeting will be on June 25th, and our Republican caucus had the same suggestion as members of the Democratic caucus that we would like to hear from Larry Moyna. And so he will be one of the persons that we bring forward to get back to the hush money and the secret settlements and other issues that maybe were brought forward in today's testimony that we'd like to hear from him. The Secretary of the Senate is issuing subpoenas for our Oversight Committee. And so moving forward, Senator John, do you want to make a motion?
Yes. Since the chair is responsible, this is a directive from Mike Marshall, I need to make a motion that the chair will be responsible for the direction of the committee's work. If it makes sense for the committee, here's the motion to authorize the chair to request the issuance of subpoenas as necessary for both scheduling and investigatory purposes. This is my motion.
Is there discussion?
So, question, why do we have to why does there need to be a motion on that when that power is already pretty clearly specified in the resolution, the Senate resolution that was
It's from Mike Marshall. He said, I believe it would again be a good practice for you to sign an any subpoena. That's actually what we're doing.
Yeah, I think he just thought it would be best practice for the committee to make the motion for me to go ahead and issue those as we move forward.
What about those that have already been issued?
It's not a it's not mandatory.
He said it's just as a matter of just dotting your i's and crossing your t's. It's probably good practice.
Could I suggest in the future, if we're going to do things like this, we get notified ahead of time? I mean, I'm not ready to vote on something like this. It's sprung up here at the last minute. You folks apparently knew about it. We didn't. And it would sure help with the bipartisanship and so forth if you let us know about things like this ahead of time. Just like some of these documents I had not seen before today, and I understand, well, they're on some website or whatever. Couldn't you tell us that
Our staff has been regularly informing your staff of information that's come in. We've been very disciplined in giving them the LSA for them to be able to post it. So if you're not receiving information, I think it may be an issue of staff, because we're been trying very diligently to make sure that the caucus is aware of materials that have come in, materials that are being posted.
Well, I appreciate that, and maybe there's a breakdown on my part somewhere, but I just want to be sure that things go a lot more smoothly if we know ahead of time what you've got in mind, rather than something like this that comes up now, we're ready to adjourn, and say, well, it's moving ahead. I'm not ready to vote. And I'd like to make a couple comments too before we adjourn.
Because it is not necessary for us to issue the subpoenas, it was just recommended by the Secretary of the Senate. Are you comfortable tabling the motion, Senator Shinchon?
Until the 25th.
Then give you your time to think about it. But, like I said, it's just that's fine. It's their other business to come here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just make one comment. We have spent the vast bulk of our time here delving into process, procedure, was this process proper, and so forth, things that happened 2.5 to almost 3 years ago. And it seems to me, from all the information we have received here, by far the most important point, much more important than some procedural thing that happened in the past, have the taxpayers actually saved money by these new procedures, the new ways of doing things. We've heard a lot of testimony, really, but it's kind of got buried, I think. In some of the earlier proceedings, we were told about the change orders, and how under the new system, there are a lot fewer change orders. We were told about we don't use general contractors, and the project managers were a lot cheaper than the general contractors, and we saved substantial money there. We've seen that same situation now in this project, how under the new system, the change orders are minuscule compared to the 9.1% under phase 1. So it just seems to me that the story here is we had some new people came in, and I understand some folks lost their jobs, and we all understand that. And if you've got a good paying job and you lose it, you're going to be unhappy. That's easy to understand. But the other side of the picture is the taxpayers, as far as I can see, and I haven't heard anybody contradicting these numbers, and I'm not in the construction business, I'm just listening the same way everybody else is to these figures, and the math here, it looks like the taxpayers got a heck of a deal, not only on this project, but on other projects too. And to me, that's the big story that we have uncovered here. And secondarily is all this procedural stuff from 2011. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Well, I think we've come out of this meeting with a different set of conclusions. I have concerns that the legislature appropriated millions of dollars and are getting a completely different project than what was approved. I have concerns about the private sector not being adequately informed about the ability to do business with the state. I have concerns over us hiring a business that's barely had time to put its sign up on the door to be advising us on a multi-million-dollar project. So I think we leave this meeting with maybe some different takeaways. But I appreciate your comments and I appreciate you being here today. I look forward to our continued dialogue on June 25th with Brian Lamb. Thank you. Seeing no other business, Senator Shane John moves to adjourn.